Hello, bros.
I am joined today by Gato for our intermission. If you would like to introduce himself and as to what he's about.
Hey there, I am Gato. I do music, and when I'm not doing music, I read Snoot Kicks and do
Hell
that sort
yeah,
of thing.
brother.
So, hell yeah, brother.
Oh, I should say brother, shouldn't I?
Indeed. Uh, by the way, every time I say bro, chat, you're just gonna have to come up with your own conclusion for what that means,
Yeah.
and your own interpretation for it.
Yep. So I have to make sure I send it to the link to everybody who I know cares enough about listening to me read these fics. I just finished doing that. But yeah, we're gonna finish this fight today. That's been going on for. Oh, sorry, I forgot tea metal cup. Uh, whoops. Rutro. Yeah. Finishing the fight, and then I won't go as hard on the next fic, but I will be reading more. I've really enjoyed Bad Apple, and it's done unthinkable things to my mind and body. And then if reading goes long enough, we might have another friend of joining us. Name of Rock.
Dwayne Johnson himself on screen.
No, I guess I should probably refer to him as Pebble.
There you
He's just a little rock,
go.
just a little guy.
I
You
get that,
know,
man.
I know you're the littlest. Oh yeah, one of my good friends in the stream. All right, it's time to start reading. So I hope y'all enjoy. And I'm talking to you, Braden. Enjoy what I'm about to do. Take this meal into the nourishment of your body. Gato, I can hear you, but the stream won't be able to hear you once I press this button. Okay?
I'm good.
Yep. So if you have something to say, go ahead and say it. No reason to mute. Woo! Chapter the 11th is titled Throw It All Away. If I opened my eyes, there'd be no going back, 'cause I'd throw it all away, and fate would fade to black. Another day, another attempt of trying to go 6 hours without wanting to blow my brains out. After a relatively long and uneventful walk, I finally approached the school. No one really bothered with how late I am. It's a particularly foggy day out as the clouds enshroud the sky, giving a degree of eeriness commonly seen in shitty horror movies. A thought occurred to me that stopped me in my tracks. Weird how I'd noticed this now. I didn't see it when I... Wait. Why don't I remember leaving my apartment this morning? Huh. Weird. I made my way closer and closer to the school, but a buzz emanates from my pocket, beckoning me to grab my phone and read the notifications. A text from Fang? Control over my life you denied, and now death approaches from the sky? Why'd it be me you had to vilify? Goodbye, Volcano High. What the actual fuck? Something's very wrong here. I approach the building's entrance with a feeling of uneasiness and dread. The closer I get to the door, the more I notice a disturbing lack of noise from the school. Sure, class has already started, but it's usually louder than this. As my hands grip the handles, every instinct in my body turns me turn back as... Did I read this? There's no way. Tells me to turn back and run as far away as I can. At the same time, my mind is telling me to enter and investigate the building after receiving that cryptic text. Well, no more turning back. I push open the front doors, instinctively closing my eyes as I'm suddenly hit with a cool breeze, the sensation on my skin feeling too natural to be the school's ventilation system, and rather than hearing the collection of voices overlapping each other as students go about their daily life, getting ready for class, I'm greeted with the sounds of crickets chirping and wind blowing. But when I open my eyes, I realize the front entrance didn't take me to the school's hallway, but instead on the roof of Volcano High. As the moon above the night sky illuminates my surroundings. What the fuck? Wait, how? I rub my eyes to make sure I haven't gone blind, but it appears my vision still works. The beaches, the ocean, the view of the city. A hole in the fence. It's all real. A sudden realization of where I am and the absurdity of how I even got here catches me off guard. I'm met with pure confusion as I process the world around me. I swear it was morning just a second ago. I turn around only to see the smooth brick wall standing before me as a ladder leading back into the school. I've officially lost it. "What makes you say that?" a familiar voice calls out to me. A voice that I will never be able to forget, no matter how hard I try. I turn around and see a lone figure sitting by the hole in the fence, the silver color of her hair and wings shining in the moonlight, giving her an angelic presence. In her arms, a wooden acoustic guitar, the same guitar we played together that afternoon at her house. Fang. "Hey, dweeb. It's good to see you again." The ashen pterodactyl's lips curl into a gentle smile as her amber-colored eyes lock onto mine, devoid of the malice and hate that her image tormented me with so many nights. Just like that dream I had when I passed out in the park. It's good to see you again, too. I approached the figure on the ground, the tenderness in her voice erasing all the fear and tension that may have happened. However, before I can lower myself to the ground and sit beside her, my eyes lock on the fence's hole. The last place I saw Fang before she left this world. "Beautiful, isn't it?" She's the first to break the silence, filling me with a sense of morbid confusion. But when I try to turn to face her, eyes graze towards the stars that fill the sky. Knowing that the dreams I've had of her in the past, I'm surprised she wasn't talking about the hole in the fence. But it's a nice change of pace. "I always thought the view was really nice here during the day, and it's no surprise it's even more beautiful now, especially on a night like this," she muses as a smile is plastered across her lips. "Yeah, it's incredible." I flash her a smile as she turns my way. Seeing joy in her face warms my soul, and though I've been slowly becoming less angry at myself over the past month and a half, a part of me still feels terrible about this. Still feels terrible about it all. Knowing Fang got robbed of ever getting to experience tender moments such as this. "I'm sorry." The smile on her lips falters as a concerned look emerges. "What for? You didn't need to say sorry for anything, dweeb." I break our gaze, turning away from her as I continue to be overwhelmed by my emotion. Guilt. Nostalgia. Love. "Don't you hate me?" I choke out as my eyes fixate on the broken steel wire before me. "Of course not," she gently replies. "I could never hate you, Anon." "But why not?" I turn to the revenant on the ground, her sympathetic eyes staring into my soul. "Shouldn't you be screaming at me, reminding me how everything is my fault or that I should pay for what I did to you?" The gentle expression on Fang's face turns sour as she looks down with shame. Her shoulders drooping slightly, causing her guitar to slide onto her lap. I shouldn't have done that. You deserve much better." She places her hand on my lap, her palms chilling on my skin. "You've been dealing with so much shit in life, and I had to make it worse, like I've always done." "But—" "No, Anon, please. Sorry for everything." My eyes light up in the response. Why is she being so kind and repentant all of a sudden? I haven't seen her act like this since she was alive. "I've hurt so many people from what I did. Mom, Dad, Nasser, Naomi, Stella, Trish, and especially you." She raises her head, looking at me with pure remorse. "I know there's nothing I can do now to make up for what I did. I can't bring back the people I killed that day, or take back all the times I've made you feel like you weren't enough. But please, I want you to know." Fang struggles to finish her sentence. Her voice begins to crack and tears fall from her eyes like gentle raindrops after a violent storm. "I'm so sorry, Anon. So sorry." Fang. I reach for her hand, my fingers interlocking with hers. For so long, Fang tormented me almost every day since she died. From taunting me when I was awake to mutilating my dreams. I should be afraid of the memory she's become. But never like this. Seeing her like this aches my heart. I want to protect her and hold her in my arms, telling her that it's all going to be okay. I haven't felt like this since she broke down in front of me in her bedroom after she played that song. Showed me a part of Fang that no one else could see. I screwed up for so long. I thought I was too far gone and for how I treated you. Oh, wait. I screwed up for so long. I thought I was far too gone for how I treated you, making you feel like you weren't important to me and ignoring you in the time you needed most. My hand gives her a supported squeeze. But I want to do everything I can to atone for that and make sure that what happened with you never happens to anyone else I love. Fang looks up from the ground, setting her guitar aside as a smile forms on her tear-stained face, the sight of which fills me with a twinge of guilt. Still, I wonder if I even deserve a second chance. What do you mean? A concerned expression appears on her face. I made so many mistakes with you, and I'm terrified I'll end up doing the same to Stella. Now Fang is the one to squeeze my hand as her eyes light up with sympathy. All I want is for you to be happy, Anon. Fang comforts me with warmth and great gentleness in her voice. Of course you deserve a second chance. You deserve to be happy. The last word in her sentence only intensifies my guilt, knowing how things are right now between me and Stella. I know, but you have to move on. Fang closes her eyes as she nods to whom I am mumbling. I look away towards the sea, staring blankly into the distance as if I'm trying to break away from my emotional conflict. I can't even describe how much I've fallen for Stella, her kindness, her sweet, bubbly demeanor, the passion she displays for everything and everyone she loves. She's healed a part of me that I never thought could be fixed. But no matter how far I move on, there's still a part of me that will always love Fang. I know, I choke out. It's okay, Anon. You deserve to be happy together. Fang supportively smiles at me. Stella's a wonderful, beautiful, and sweet girl, and she's damn lucky to have you. Funny. I always thought it was the other way around. Before I can react any further, Fang wraps her arms around me and she pulls me into a warm embrace. The sensation overwhelming me as I start to tear up. Just never let go of her, and always be there for her. She whispers into my ear as she holds me in her arms. I will, I promise. Everyone deserves a chance at happiness. You are deserving of love, Anon. Fuck. Those words murmured by Fang is what finally breaks the dam, causing the flood of tears to leave my eyes. Fang holding me tightly as I sob in her arms, violently shuddering as I let it all out. Even though I'm crying, it isn't entirely out of sorrow. I feel a strange sense of relief in the process. I know this is probably a hallucination, or maybe even Fang's spirit visiting me in my dreams. Still, finally hearing her tell me that she forgives me for what happened, I don't know what to say. Is this what I've been repressing all this time? Feels like an eternity passes on. I'm wrapped up in her feathery embrace, and my crying begins to calm down. I clear my throat to speak. Can I stay with you here just a little while longer? Her arms gently pull away from me as she leans back from me. Fang smiles sweetly at my request. Of course. For as long as you need to. Fang reaches for a guitar on the ground, adjusting it in her lap as she prepares to play. Her fingers dance across the fretboard as she begins to strum away. A strange sense of nostalgia washes over me. Why does the song sound so familiar? Nevertheless, with each passed note, I begin to feel more and more calm. Every fear or doubt I've ever had slowly leaving my body, making me feel as light as a feather. It's comforting, but I can't explain why. Amidst her strumming, her voice echoes out to me. You are never alone. Everything's gonna be okay. It's okay, baby, it's okay. Fang. As I begin to feel the neurons in my brain slowly turn back on, I hear a muffled yet soothing voice slowly pulling me back into consciousness. I'm right here, Anon, and I'm not going anywhere. A warm sensation wraps around my body, making me feel safe. Stella? Mustering what little strength I have right now, I open my eyes to be greeted with the sight of my Stego GF inches away from my face as she holds me in her arms. Her bedroom dimly lit by the lamp of the on the nightstand next to her. What time is it? Right. Our parents were away on a short vacation, leaving me alone with her and Ghibli. I'm really glad they aren't here right now to see me. Anon? Her eyes light up with the realization that I'm awake. Are you okay, baby? You were crying in your sleep? I was. That explains the wet feeling on my cheeks. Right, the dream. Huh? Yeah, okay, sorry about that. I smile as groggily attempting to downplay my tears. I'm not sure why I was doing that. However, she sees through my facade, as the concern on her face remains. Anon, I can tell something's wrong. You don't have to hide it from me. I try to open my mouth to speak, only to be reminded of what the dream was about. Oh wait. I'm worried that my betrayed explained to Stella I had a dream of my ex holding me in her arms. Also known as the girl that almost killed her. It's complicated. I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable or anything. I attempt to muster an excuse before her cold hand rests against the side of my head. Anon, you can tell me anything. Lestego's lips curl into a gentle smile, putting me at ease. I promise I won't be upset with you. I can't help you if you don't tell me what's going on. I let out a defeated sigh, knowing that I don't really have a choice in the matter. But still, she has a right to know what's going on with me. She's shown me a side of her that not even Rose and her parents have seen. The least I can do is try to do the same. It was about Fang. I closed my eyes out of embarrassment. I picture the surreal image in my head of us on the roof of our high school under the night sky, and it isn't over until now that I put the pieces together as I remember the song she was playing me in that dream. The same one we came up with during that time on the roof and during our study session. It all becomes clear to me now. Her instrumental area, the lyricless ballad she poured her very soul into, a perfect combination of both harmony and melancholy. The rhythm that completely mesmerized me as she played under the night sky. Before I began to become lost in my own thoughts again, I direct my attention towards Stella as she expects my answer. She wanted to tell me she's sorry for everything she did and that I deserve a second chance. Anon. Shit. Did I say too much? Before I can open my mouth and diffuse the situation, I find myself pulled closer to Stella's embrace, her sudden reaction causing my eyes to open. Of course you deserve a second chance, baby. Her comforting words mirrored Fang in the dream. Who we were in the past and our mistakes won't decide the type of people we'll be in the present. I know. I just really don't want to fuck things up between us. You won't fuck things up, don't worry. We're in this together. She moves back a bit, revealing a gentle smile. Of course I'm up. Wait a minute. That has to be like the second time I've ever heard you say fuck. I chuckle as Stella smiles morphs into a pouty face. Am I that much of a bad influence on you? She playfully pushes me away while stifling a chuckle of her own. Hey, you're the one who said it first. And what do you mean by that? I swear to. I honestly have no clue whether or not to laugh or blush. Why does Stella have to be this adorable when she's flustered? I chortle once more. I'm messing with you, baby. I'm sure you do. We spend the next couple of minutes playfully chatting away. Stella telling me about all the times she swore in both English and French, giving me the impression that it's not a lot of if she can count all the times she did curse. On the other hand, I'm trying everything I can not to reveal my power level and tell her all the times I've been banned from forums for my extensive vocabulary, an array of gamer moments, if you will. Over the years, I've never knew there could be so many slurs. Are you saying I'm going to have to worry about you causing trouble at Rose's showcase on Friday? My sarcastic question caused an annoyed reaction from Stella. I don't know. A smug look appears across the Stego's face. Am I going to have to worry about you tripping over Rose's flowers? You know what? Touche. The room fills with laughter as Stella and I both enjoy each other's catty attempts at teasing each other. The joy completely erasing the melancholy that gripped me just moments ago. Speaking of slurs, I'm pretty sure the only time I've ever heard Stella say one is when she decked Trish right in the face after she found us at the mall. My playful demeanor falls sour as I'm reminded of the girl who tried to kill me twice, who straight up told me on the phone she's going to kill Stella and I. You can't stop what's coming. You and your little whore of a rebound are getting what's coming to you both. I can feel my blood boil at the threat Trish made to her. Stella absolutely nothing to do with what happened. If Trish wants to go after someone, it's me. But even then, I'm worried. Since the shooting, I kept asking myself why Fang didn't kill me. I thought I deserved to die, but since Stella and Rosa came in my life again, I felt alive. Like I've got a purpose in life and maybe I can come back from this. But now, I'm scared. Not just for Stella's sake, but my own too. I don't want to die. Stella seems to pick up my inner turmoil as her smile fades. What's wrong? Is it something else? Her sapphire blue eyes light up with concern as I can feel her take hold of my right hand, lying in front of me, pleading to me to reveal what has so disturbed and how she can help. But if I can tell her, it just makes things worse. Trish tried to kill me, and she probably would have tried to kill Stella too if I didn't act. The terror she had in her eyes as she watched Trish strangle the life out of me, or her shook with fear at the entire car ride home. But she's come so far since I bumped into her at the pharmacy that day. Stella broke free from her shell-shocked prison, and I don't want to have her feel that way ever again. Even if it means I have to lie to her. Anon? No, I'm sorry, I'm okay. I stutter as I try to ease my worries. I'm still just trying to process that dream. It was a lot. However, Stella doesn't seem convinced as sadness forms in her eyes, seeing through my lie because I'm not opening up to her. Sorry, I can't let you get hurt again. The somber Stego reaches out and gently takes hold of my hand. Anna? I start to feel myself return to reality as I see a new emotion painted across her face. Resolve. I promise you, everything is going to be okay. Her hand gently squeezes mine as she smiles supportively. I'm right by your side, and so are Mom, Dad, Rosa, and even Ghibli. We've all got your back. My brain malfunctions as I try to figure out what to say. Before I can, Stella leans in softly and presses her lips against my forehead. It takes a second for me to figure out what's happening before I close my eyes and reciprocate by wrapping my arms around her as she rests her forehead against mine. I love you, I gently whisper to her. Stella reaches out, caressing my shoulder with a free hand. I love you too. I promised myself I was going to be more truthful to you, but sorry I can't this time. You deserve far better than being dragged down to my shit. Trish's fight is with me, and me alone. I'm not losing another girlfriend. Not again. The day before, January 6th, 2021. I'm not looking forward to this. It's best just to get over with. She deserves that much. Breathe, Trish. At least take some responsibility for the family you destroyed. You really gonna chicken out speaking with your mom, with your mother like Dad did too? I need a fucking glasses cloth, man. Shit, my glasses are steaming up. You can do this. The storm of thoughts completely clouds my mind as I walk towards the sidewalk of my old neighborhood, my body moving like it's on autopilot. I haven't been home in almost 5 months. I have no idea what I'm about to walk into. Is Mom okay? Did she get the kids back yet? Do we even still have a home to begin with? The questions I have paired with the self-doubt my inner turmoil plagues my mind as the sight of my old home enters my field of view. The gray, windy sky casts over the rows of rundown houses and cracked pavement, only adding to the dreary aspect of this part of town. We've lived here for almost 7 years. I can still remember the first night in this house. My siblings and I were all terrified. There was something happening next door. I remember a lot of screaming that could be heard through the walls of our apartment, and the wailing of sirens in the distance. I remember hearing the loud bang and running for the closet by the front door. I spent a good 30 minutes in there crying my eyes out. It wasn't until Mom tried to explain that the neighbors were just celebrating and lighting off fireworks next door. At the time I believed her, but looking back, not so much. I don't recall many holidays where you could call people fucking bastards or cheating whores, or go as far as to light fireworks inside the house. I still remember what she said to me. I know it's scary, honey, but you gotta be strong for your brothers and sisters, you understand? The echoes of my mother's words became more clear as I walked towards the driveway of our house. You're their big sister, and they look up to you. We'll get through this, sweetie. I know you'll be strong enough to handle it. I thought I could. I tried for so long to be the biggest sister I could for them, walking them to the bus stop in the morning since our mother wasn't around to take them. Spent most of my evenings looking after them, cooking them dinner, and helping them with their homework while I completely neglected myself. And then I hit Trevor and ruined it all. They got taken away because of me. Eventually my journey comes to an end when I realize I'm now standing in front of the door. I take a look to the left to confirm my suspicions. Apartment 223. Well, here goes nothing. I reach for the doorknob and give it a twist to see if it's locked, and to my surprise, it turns all the way. Wait, why didn't Mom lock the door? She always told me to lock the front door no matter what. I push the door open as quietly as I can, and as the door begins to creak, I still don't know how she's gonna react to me being here. However, it opens all the way, and in the room's darkness adjusts to the light outside. I'm hit with a wave of surprise. I'm here. I'm back. I step through the door frame, looking around the living room as I reacquaint myself with the surroundings. Everything looks the same. Old pictures and artwork still framed on the wall, but something just falls off. This may have been my home, but everything feels so now foreign to me. Like I don't belong here. Okay, just get what you came for from your room, and then we'll go talk to Mom. Hopefully it's still there. I gently walk further into the house, cautious of each footstep I take, desperate to avoid making any noise. This may still be my home, but I don't want to get arrested for a second time on breaking and entering charges. Entering the hallway, I'm greeted with the sight of two doors on each side of the corridor. I spot my old room as the closest one on the right. My hand hovers over the door's handle. A recollection of stray objects catch my eye at the end of the hallway leading to the kitchen. Empty glass bottles sitting on the countertop, all of them amber in color, the sight of which caused me to look away with guilt. It's because of you. You drove her to that, you piece of shit. I snap myself back into focus as my hand grips the doorknob, the metallic texture cooling my hand as I turn it right, pushing open the door as I reunite with my sanctuary for the first time in months. Except, sanctuary isn't the right word right now. The room that once brought me peace now feels cold and empty. My eyes dart across the barren bedroom, the harsh yellowish paint lining the walls as it covers the room half empty. To my gaze, I notice the worn-out dresser and bunk bed. Both the bottom and top are stripped bare of sheets, leaving nothing but a weathered mattress. Since there's only 3 rooms in my house, my siblings and I had to share rooms. Riley Condor and I used to stay in this room. Tally, Trevor, and Tawny stayed in the room across from us, with our mother taking the master bedroom. I used to hate not having a room to myself, to almost have no privacy whatsoever. Not even a place I could cry out of sight, and the fact that I had to sleep in the same room as Riley of all people certainly didn't help. But now, I just realized how much it meant to me. It wasn't until a week after I moved in with Reed that I learned how cold and lonely it feels to sleep alone. Fuck, I wish I could take it all back. As I begin to be overwhelmed by my thoughts, I decide to turn away before being greeted with the surprising sight of, well, half of the room looking exactly how I left it as. The weathered twin-size mattress on the ground still had my blanket drooping on the floor, showing that it was still messy as the day I woke up. To my right, I could see my makeshift dresser in the same spot it's always been, all my old clothes visible through the plastic, a couple of books resting on top, all of them either textbooks or music history related. However, I'm not completely satisfied with the sight, as it's missing a key element. Where the hell are my antidepressants? I always kept them here in my dresser. It's been months since I've been able to take them, and I've been a fucking mess ever since. Why are they missing? I take a deep breath, trying to calm down, remind myself of why I came here in the first place. Relax, Trish. Just grab your guitar, and then we can leave. I peek behind the drawer to see my old Stratocaster bass nuzzled against the wall, the formation of grayish dust coating the red paint. As I reach down to pick up the bass, I freeze up as a foreign object catches my eye. sticking halfway from underneath a stack of books. Wait, when did I take these out? I reel my hand across from the base and lift the stack of books out from the pictures. I can feel my heart break as I instantly recognize its contents. Fang smiled as they posed for the camera in a karate stance, beaming confidently. I can feel a tear emerging from my left eye as the image of my lost friend sears its way into my mind. And I notice 2 other photos resting underneath them. I reach down and shift them apart, lining them horizontally as I can see what else was taken. A second photo of me winking and sticking my tongue out as I flipped off the camera. I look so carefree in this photo, like nothing else mattered, and I could just goof off with my friends without giving a shit about anything else. All these must have been taken around junior year, but the last picture is finally what hits the nail in the coffin. Fang and I were holding our tickets to see the new Death March concert as we smiled with joy. I remember how hard it was to even get those tickets. It was a better time. I can't help but stand there, frozen as all tears fall into the dresser, staining the photo as I'm overwhelmed with nostalgia and sorrow. These photos are a painful reminder of what I've lost, of the past we all had together, of the future that we'll never get to see. Life is unbearable without you. I miss you so much. I stand there for a good minute, quietly sobbing over the memories we've shared. It's been over 6 months, and it still doesn't get easier. I promise, Fang, everything will be all better soon. You can rest easy once that skinny's rotting in hell. I grab the photo off the dresser, stuffing them into my left pocket as I reach for the guitar, picking it up from the neck before walking towards the door. Before my hand reaches the knob, I cast one last look behind me. I've lived in this house for almost half my life, and now that'll be the last time I ever see this room. This chapter of my life is over. No. The home I knew and loved was taken away the moment you struck Trevor. It's gone, all because of you. Turning away, I grip the handle as I open the door, stepping out of my room for the very last time, my legs feeling like being weighed down by anchors. Once I'm in the hallways, bass in hand, I'm left with my thoughts as I steel myself towards what to do next. You may have ruined everything, but you owe your mom a goodbye at the very least. I turn to my right and see the collection of bottles on the table. As I begin to walk to the kitchen, I find my guilt growing ever stronger as I get full view of what my mother's been up to since I left. The kitchen is in shambles, with dirty dishes piled up in the sink, empty containers of bags strewn across the countertops, and both tiles and grout like they haven't been cleaned for months. On the table lies a collection of empty Grugweiser bottles. That's gotta be at least 20 in here. A small pill bottle laying down inside next to the beer. Wait, is that? I reach down and pick up the bottle, empty from the lack of rattling noise. I took a look at the prescription to see the name, and my suspicions are correct. Zoloft, 50 milligrams, Trish Freeman. Caution, keep out of reach of children. I should be pissed off that my mother stole her own daughter's pills that she paid for, but I can't help but feel sad. Her kids were taken away from her, all because their lost cause of Big Sister couldn't control her anger, abandoned by her husband, and now all alone. The only comfort she could find is from a fistful of pills and the bottom of the glass. Hi, what are you doing here? A familiar voice catches me off guard before remembering who it belongs to. Mom! I turn around and face the hallway, putting me in eye contact for the first time in months. However, the strong yet warm mother who raised me and my siblings is nowhere to be found. Only a disheveled shell of a woman leering at me with cold hatred. Her hair was tangled compared to her usual afro, and the gray business dress she wore to work daily was replaced with a weathered pair of shorts and a t-shirt as she held a six-pack of beer bottles in her hands. What makes you think you have any right coming back here? She hisses with vitriol. Her venomous stare and hate in her voice cuts me like a knife. I can't help but only close my eyes with shame briefly as I take a deep breath. Trying to work up the courage to speak. I just came to grab something from my room. I promise I'll go. I calmly explain as I gesture towards the bass in my hands. Of course, you came back for the motherfucking guitar. She walks past me into the kitchen and set her aside beer on the counter before turning towards me with disgust. You always care more about that little band than your own family. More than my own family? Did you just say that? Everything I did, playing at venues, selling merchandise, making it big. My voice cracks slightly as my mother's accusation makes me flustered. Everything I do, I did it to help us out. My change in tone does nothing to warm her cold eyes, and yet you still ran away from us. And now your brothers and sisters are all alone in foster care because of your dumbass. An image flashes across my mind, the sight of Trevor on the ground crying in pain as everyone watched in horror as to what I've done. I couldn't stay there after what I did. I had to, Mom. I hit Trevor. I look at the ground in shame, afraid to even look in her eyes. They kicked me out. They didn't want me here anymore. My remorseful explanation only caused her to squirm with an annoyed expression of confusion over my confession. They were scared of you, dumbass. My mom erupts into anger over my reasoning. Kids say stupid shit in the moment. You think they really wanted you to leave their asses for good? The fear in their eyes, the betrayal, how one single action destroyed an entire family. They wanted me gone, right? There's no way I could stay after that. But No, if you'd given them some time to cool off, they would have let it go. I know my own damn kids. She raises her voice, cutting me off as I'm about to speak. Do you know how many times Condor hit Riley, or how many times Trevor pushed Tana down by accident when they playing? It's just what siblings do. But you... She points her finger at me aggressively. You ran away from them, left them to fend for themselves because you were too much of a pussy to own up to your own mistakes. All I can do is stand paralyzed as my mother's words serve as gasoline in my fiery turmoil. There's no way I possibly could have stayed there. They were terrified of me. And I was scared that something like that could happen again, right? I attempt to respond, but I can't force my words out. But I mean, I've seen them get angry with each other. I've heard screaming matches Riley got into with Condor, or even Mom herself. My heart sinks with dread as it becomes more clear to me. I was the one who tore our family apart. If I'd just come back after a couple hours, they could have been... Oh my God. Don't you have anything to say? Mom looks at me expectantly, waiting for me to justify my actions. If I have any reason for leaving them other than fear. No. I choke out as I let out a sniffle and tears begin to flow from my eyes again. I was scared. I fucked up. I can't hold it any longer as I begin to sob over realizing what I've done. And if I hadn't been such a fucking coward or learned how to control my anger, none of this shit would have happened. You did. Now get the fuck out of my house. My mom growls at me. And don't ever come back here. This time I mean it. Those cold eyes, the hatred in her voice, and being crushed by the weight of my actions. I feel time has completely stopped for me. I ruined everything. I ruined their childhood, my mother's happiness, our family. I did this. My inner pity party abruptly comes to an end as Mom picks up a nearby bottle from the table and throws it on the ground. Fuck! I said get the fuck out! That's when my mother's voice erupts with fury. Now get out! Her violent reaction downright terrifies me, but I've never seen her react so violently to me. Never like that. But this is what I deserve. The tears continue to flow as I turn away from my mother for the last time. Never to turn back. Base in hand, I start walking towards the front door. My eyes focus solely on the door to avoid reminding me of the life I've thrown away. Wasting no second, I open the door and get ready to close it behind me. But as I'm about to say goodbye to my home for good, I take one last look inside. This will be the last time I'm staring at the living room, where we would all watch movies and shows together. I still remember those movie marathons we would have on the weekends, glued to the screen as we all watched superhero movies. The time we spent together as a family, how nothing else mattered, just us. I closed the door in front of me, my hand trembling as I grip the door. I give the door a tight tug as it follows with a clicking note. And now, that part of my life is gone too. Forever. Goodbye. I'm so sorry, everyone. I begin to drag my legs towards the street, overwhelmed to the point where I feel detached from everything around me. But the part of the outside world that remains clear to me is the bass guitar in my hands, my signature instrument on Verm drama. The sole memento of a happier life. Before my feet can touch the road, I feel a vibration buzzing from my right pocket, prompting me to reach for my phone to figure out what it's for. However, I feel a sense of uneasiness and hesitation. I'm praying to Raptor Jesus that it's just Reed butt dialing me for some nonsensical question. But I am stuck with an uneasy feeling at the prospect of it either being Mo or Fang's dad texting. The former telling me to keep my nose clean and leave Anon alone, or the latter threatening to throw me back in jail because Anon's still alive. I'm still trying to find him, but I'm kind of at a loss on where to look right now. I managed to find out what apartment he was living in, but when I talked to the landlord there, he explained that I kicked him out a month ago, leaving me with fuck all to work with. Now that I'm scared of Fang's dirty pig of a father, despite all that shit he's given them, and I back when they were alive, but I shudder to imagine myself behind those bars again. As my hand leaves my pants pocket and lifting the tattered phone to my eyes, I hesitantly look at the screen, only to have my fears evaporate as soon as I get a notification. New event happening at Volcano High in Volcadaire Bluffs, DA, hosted by Oh, of course, it's a fucking Snoop Book notification. However, as I turn the screen, getting ready to put my phone away, something about the event catches my eye. Curious, I press the power button once more and am greeted by a sight of the notification. This time I double-click on the icon to see the entire message, as my suspicions are confirmed correct. Volcano High Botanical Showcase, scheduled for 5 p.m. on January 8th, 2021. Hosted by Rosa Castillo. Join us for an evening of beauty and floral wonder. Rosa Castillo, of course. I heard she took a 5th year at Volcano High. If she's going to be there, that means that Skinny and his Stego whore will be there too. As I begin to walk alongside the road towards the next bus stop, my heart begins to burn with rage at the prospect of meeting Anon face to face once more. It's almost poetic, isn't it? Finally going back to Volcano High, after all this time, to give him an end that's been long overdue. Just have to make a quick stop before I head home. Thankfully it's not too far away, and I can start getting ready. I promise you, Fang. I will make sure you can rest easy soon. Two days later. I've had weeks to get ready for this, mentally preparing myself for the day I came back here, but even now I can't help but feel fear. Today's the day Rosa's finally holding a showcase for Volcano High's garden, putting on display all the hard work and effort she's done over the past few months. Stella and I are on our way there right now to check it out and support her. But as we're riding in the back of the taxi, the whirring of the engine paired with the sound of cars passing through the end fills my ears as an unmistakable aura of uncertainty hangs in the air. It's only been half a year since either of us has been here, and now we're going back to the place we almost died at, where we lost ourselves for a while. Looking to my right, Stella stares blankly out the window, fidgeting with the car's door handle as she gently holds my hand with her free hand. Is she going to be okay here? She's really come a long way since that day she rammed that door into me at the pharmacy. She seems truly happy again, but will she be okay with something like this? Will I be okay? Everything okay, Anon? My mumbling seems to grab her attention as she turns to face me. I guess I need to talk to her anyway. Yeah, sorry about that. I stumble over my own words. I just wanted to ask you. Yeah, what is it, baby? Everything okay? A somewhat concerned look grows across her face. Well, here it goes. How are you feeling? I gently ask as my thumb rubs across her hand. About coming back here after all this time. Are you okay? Stella's eyes wander down as she takes a silent breath. Yeah, I'll be okay. The Stego confides before looking up at me. I'm just a little nervous is all. I haven't been back here since. She struggles to finish as her discomfort grows. I know. Me too. A couple seconds pass as we gaze into each other's eyes in silence. No words are uttered, but the uncertainty in her sky blue eyes tells me exactly what she's feeling. I think she's getting a sense of understanding of how I'm feeling about it all as our stare lingers. Not much we can say to each other in a cab with the driver in clear ear range of us. Hey Stella, how are you feeling about going back to school where I almost got murdered? But still, we both know that coming back here isn't easy for us, even if we're coming for Rosa. Alright kids, we should be there in 2 minutes, so make sure you get your things, hey. A chuckle emerges from the yellow raptor behind the wheel as he flashes a toothy grin in the rearview mirror. Will do, thanks. I respond to him with a nod before my eyes return to Stella. The stars will guide us through this. She turned to me as she whispers as she gently smiled at me. That they will. My lips mimic hers in actions. And just know I'll be there for you too, Stella. It'll all be okay, you'll see. Meanwhile, in Little Trudon. Today's the day that Anon dies. I should be ecstatic, jumping with joy. In my pigsty of a room that I've finally been able to put all that worthless monkey in the ground once and for all. But right now, I can only find myself frozen on the floor. My eyes glued to that closed cardboard box surrounded by dirty pairs of clothes that litter the floor. You can do this, Trish. This is what you've been preparing for. This is the best chance you'll get to take out all three of the fuckers. Or there are the chances that this could happen again if you miss it. But still, can't help but hesitate. Maybe it's just nerves. Maybe it's the fact that it's the same gun Fang used. Maybe it's everything. Going back home and just seeing the state everything's has been fucking with my head for the past 2 days. Even after I dropped my guitar off and went back to the apartment, I couldn't get an image of my mom in shambles and everything that happened. All because of me. Still, I've waited long enough. Shaking my head as to snap back to focus, I lift the cardboard flaps and of the back weathered Magnum revolver resting in the box, the 4 bullets lying around carelessly. I reach into the box, my hand shaking with hesitation as I lift the gun. Examining it as closely as I'm reminded of its bloody past. The echoes of screaming, the sirens, crying. They all flood my mind, along with the sight of Fang lying on the ground lifelessly. No, you have to do this, Trish. Come on. I move my left hand to the side of the gun, near the hammer, pressing down as the cylinder opens up. I've really only seen this type of gun before in movies and TV shows. Most people in the Thug's Back in my own neighborhood usually use this one with the clips at the bottom of the gun. Wasting no more time, I reached in the box and began taking out bullets one at a time and slide them into the holes for the cylinder. One for each of them. You're all gonna pay. As the last bullet is loaded in the gun, I raise it upwards towards ding! Let it fall onto the ground with the rest of my clothes. Oh, for fuck's sake. Lowering the gun, I pick up the bullets fall next to a pair of black yoga shorts and load it back into the gun. Jesus Christ, calm down. Calm the fuck down. I hear a mechanical click as I push the cylinder against the side of the gun. Now I'm ready to go through with this. Lifting myself off the ground, I turn and face the door in front of me. I just need to talk to Reed before I go. He deserves that much. Opening the door in front of me, I'm greeted with the sight of our living room. Aside from the few empty bottles of water or takeout containers on the dining tables, it's relatively tidy. I honestly didn't think I'd ever be able to get this clean again after Reed turned it to his personal dumpster. Looking to my right, I see Reed chilling on the couch, wearing his favorite green hoodie as he just stares blankly at the TV. Childish, nonsensical noise erupting from the speakers. I guess he finally figured out how to find the Webtoon network. Reed! The disoriented raptor lazily turns his head away from the TV as a droopy smile forms on his face, seemingly unaware of the gun dangling from my hand. Hey, what's up, Naomi? I try to speak, but find myself unable to force words out of my mouth, as if the anxiety of all that's depriving my lungs of air, leaving me unable to say anything. The image of that skinny appears in my mind, his mere existence, tormenting me with the reminder that he killed Fang. Come on, Trish, you can do this. I'm just heading out right now, I tell him with a shaky voice, my eyes darting between him and the door. I just wanted to say goodbye. Reed's head tilts slightly as if what's left of his brain tries to decipher what I just said. Goodbye? What you talking about, amigo bro? Reed asks with a surprisingly clear voice. Are you, like, not coming back or something? I can feel my heart sink a little bit. No matter how I explain it, I don't know if he'll ever be able to understand what I mean. Fuck, why does this have to be so hard? I'm not sure, Reed. Maybe. I reluctantly reply as my eyes point towards the ground. But it'll be okay. I promise you that. I take a few steps towards Reed until I'm standing in front of him. I'm gonna get justice for Fang once and for all. My sudden determination is met with Reed's blank stare as my words simply bounce off him, slightly swaying as he leans against the couch. I'm sorry, Reed. It's all gonna be okay. I promise. There's nothing left that I can say to him. I turn away as I begin to walk towards the front hallway, emboldened by my desire for vengeance. My thumb moves to the top of the Magnum's handle as I press down the hammer. I'm coming for you, Skinny. You're gonna wish you died in that fucking room. Wait, Trish? What? I freeze in the middle of the hallway, surprised by Reed's sudden words. What is it? His voice followed by a couple of quick footsteps as I turned to see him emerge from the living room with a droopy yet worried expression on his face. What are you gonna do with that? He slurs as he points towards the revolver in my hands. I told you already. I'm getting justice for Fang. I bluntly answer as I adjust my grip on the gun. The monkey dies today for what he's done. The fear grows in his face as he seems to understand what I'm saying, filling me with a surprise. How are you? Trish, don't do it, man! He continues to approach me until he's inches away. Don't hurt Sage's grandma. Her bicycle didn't smack the whole school. What the fuck? Despite the cafe-fueled nonsense that pours out of his mouth, it seems he's genuinely afraid, like amid all the haze, the real Reed is trying to break through. How? I thought he destroyed his brain with that garbage. No, Reed, he needs to die. I turn away from him as I walk towards the door, but I make it about 2 steps before my right hand is suddenly yanked back as I turn to see Reed attempting to wrestle the pistol away from me. No! I cry out, trying to break free of his grasp. Fuck. I watch with horror as Reed crumples to the ground, crying out in pain as he clutches his left thigh, attempting to keep the red liquid from leaking out of the fresh hole in his leg. No. This wasn't supposed to happen. You weren't supposed to get hurt. Not anymore. He struggles to say my name as he writhes on the ground with pain, a pure look of betrayal apparent on his face. I'm so sorry, Reed. I look at the gun in my hands. The barrel still smoking as the trembling in my hand matches my face. I did this. I shot my only friend left. I'm paralyzed with remorse, horrified over what I just done. But then the image appears in my mind once more. Anon, holding hands with that green whore, while Fang lies on the ground, bloodied and broken. Why should he get a second chance, when everything happens because of him? No, I have to keep going. For Fang. I sadly look to the wounded raptor on the ground before turning away. But I can't let you stop me. I need to do this. I hate myself for this. My hand reaches to open the door in front of me, stepping through the frame as I'm greeted by the sight of the hallway doors. For Fang. Trish! Reed attempts to cry out before I close the door behind me. Please be okay. I'm sorry I have to do this. Making sure the hammer isn't pressed down, I shove my gun to the pocket right as my legs carry me down the hallway, walking as quickly as I can away from the door. I don't know if anyone heard the gunshots, so I better get away quick. However, before I'm able to push open the stairway, I feel a rhythmic vibration coming from my left pocket as a muffled tune plays. Ring, 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 ring. Sweet Raptor Jesus. Who the fuck is calling me now of all times? I pull the phone and raise the screen to my face, filling with a sense of annoyance as I recognize the name on the screen. This is the last thing I need right now. Regardless, I press the button and move the phone speaker to the side of my head. What do you need, Moai? Trish! Listen to me, he says with a frantic and worried tone. Muffled chattering sounds overlap the bathroom. Do not go through with whatever's you gonna do. It's not worth it. What? When did you find out? What are you... Rip let it slip that he gave you his gun to take an on. Just listen to me, please. You can't do this. This isn't what... Mo catches himself briefly. This isn't what Fang would have wanted. You know this. Why? He attempts to dissuade me. He only fills me with anger as I clench my fist. Why is it you constantly cover and look over that worthless, degenerate human time and time again? I growl as my grip on my phone tightens. It's always the fucking same with you. I open the door to the stairwell, giving me a sense of privacy as I'm left alone with the fossil on the phone. Oh no, don't kill Zanon. He's a good kid. He loved Lucy too. Don't hurt him. Forget about it. I mock him with a fake Italian accent as I continue moving downstairs. How many more lives does he need to ruin before you get through the thick skull that he deserves to fucking die? I begin to feel my fingernails dig through my fingers. You met Anon like 2 times. Fang and Azer looked up to you like an uncle, so are you showing more sympathy for your fucking nobody instead of your own family? My outburst is met with silence as he lets out a sigh, clearly at a loss for words. Please, you don't. His words become more garbled due to bad cell connection. Fuck you, Mo. I grit my teeth, unwilling to hear another word from him. I'm done taking orders from you. I move the phone from my ear before pressing the end call button on the screen. Beep. I stop in place as I leer at the worn-out smartphone in my hand, practically held together out of pure desperation. Can't have them track me. Without another thought, I wind it up on my arm before slamming the device against the ground with all my might. No amount of superglue or rubber bands can fix that. I continue walking down the staircase as fast as I can, no longer held back by any more distractions or obstacles. I have to get to Volcano High as soon as I can. Knowing Mo, he's probably going to try and warm them. Just go ahead and fucking try, it won't make any difference. Meanwhile, at Volcano High... After a rather uneventful drive due to our mutual nervousness, Stella and I finally reach our high school. The evening sky shines slightly orange, the air is filled with noxious scent of burnt rubber. I have no idea how that guy manages to stay in business. Right, he needs to be really more careful. Stella looks at me with a worried look. Anyways, I utter a soft, yeah, exactly, to Stella as I take a moment to process the sight in front of me. Volcano High. Still looks exactly as I remember it. Last time I was here, I ended up leaving in an ambulance. No. The memories begin to flood. The memories that have continued to haunt me for the past 6 months. All the bodies. Nami's brain splattered all over the floor as her boyfriend bled to death outside the door. The wails in horror from the students that it could have lost their lives. So many ghosts. So much pain. Anon? The weight of my memories begins to crush me, completely overwhelming to the point where I can't breathe. No, you can't keep doing this anymore. You can't just keep getting scared or nervous every time you see someone or something related to the shooting. I know you can do this. Stella and Rosa proved to you that no one is beyond saving. They saved you, but now you have to save yourself. I know. I started to regain my composure just to clear my thoughts. Taking a deep breath of air as it cools my senses. Are you okay, Anon? I turned to see the lime stegosaurus taking hold of my hand. A mixture of sympathy and worry painted across her face. Yeah, sorry about that, I reassure her as I nod my head. It's just been a hot minute since I've been here is all. The sympathy on her face deepens before she pulls me in for a hug. Feeling her warm embrace, putting my mind at ease even further. You need to be strong for her now. I know, baby. Me too. Her gentle voice soothes my ear. But we're in this together, right? I feel her arms loosen around me as we break away from the hug. There, I'm able to see Stella's supportive smile. Always, I mimic her smile. So lucky to have you in my life, Stella. The grin on her face widens as pink emerges from across her green face. I was going to say the same thing about you. Stella's smile fades as she leans closer and her eyes begin to echo her actions as her lips meet. Her soft lips wrestle against mine, tasting her vanilla lipstick as tangles shiver down my spine. I love you so much, Stella. Ahem! Oh, fuck's sake, we're having such a nice moment. The two of us break away with surprised looks on both our faces as we turn to see a purple Tyrannosaurus woman staring at us with disapproving look on her face. She has to be in her 60s at least. Have I seen this one before? I hope you know you're at a public event, yes? She scowls at us, causing Stella to look away in discomfort. Yeah? I answer with certainty and annoyance. Why does Karen care if 2 people decide to make out? Away from everyone else. Besides, it's not like we're having sex in front of the front steps or anything. I feel a jab in my gut as Stella looks at me with an annoyed look on her face. Shit, of course. I really hope it's just her that heard that, though. Although, I don't know if it would be worse if I bumbled out her being a Karener. So can you explain to me why you do believe it's appropriate to be canoodling on school grounds? The woman's scornful question interrupts my train of thought. Canoodling? God, this lady is a fossil! We, Principal Roberts! A familiar voice calls out to our left. Oh, thank Raptor Jesus! We all turn to see a concerned Rosa approaching us from the side path leading to the school's parking lot. It is okay, I told them they would be able to come. The Ankylosaur greets us both before turning to her again. I am not sure if you have met them yet, but this is Stella Baudelaire and Elon Mouse. They both went to Volcano High before they graduated last year. Principal Roberts flashed an unamused look before turning to Rosa. Be that as it may, Volcano High is a prestigious institution, and we should do our best to uphold that reputation. Yeah, quite the prestige to have your school shut up and half your staff quit. Jesus, that was a little bit harsh, don't you think, Anon? Please, Mr. Principal Roberts, Stella and Anon were two of the most amazing gardeners that I've ever had the pleasure of working with. She looks at the principal with pleading eyes. Without them, I never would have been able to make the school's garden as beautiful as last year. As the words leave Stella, I notice the skull on the elderly Tyrannosaurus face begin to soften. It brought tears to Principal Steer's eyes. Principal Roberts lets out a sigh as she seems convinced by Rose's argument. Very well. In the light of previous service, I can permit these two to attend the event. Her voice carries a slight sadness to it. Maybe it was the mention of Spears. However, the sternness returns to her face as she looks at Stella and me. You two will be on your best behavior and not disrupt the event. Do we have a deal? I open my mouth to answer, but Stella is the first to respond. We will. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Principal Roberts replies with a quiet humph before facing Rose again. Can I assume that you are well prepared for this event, Miss Castillo? Rosa snaps into focus as she nods her way. See, Principal Roberts, I can assure you that this event will be a success. Excellent. A slight smile forms on the principal's lips. Carry on, then. As she begins to leave, Rosa turns to us with an annoyed look, and I know exactly what she's mad about, too. I can remember hearing Rosa tell me that how strict the new principal was, but I didn't think she was this much of a cunt. Why are you two causing me trouble right now? Do you realize how important this event is to me? She says with a flustered expression. Lo ultimate necesito ahora tiene problemas con director el día de la exposición. I did not catch a single word of that. Rosa? Stella's the first to respond as she takes a step towards her friend and places a hand on her shoulder, causing the ankles and owners to turn to remorse. Lo siento, I did not mean to talk to you like this. Rosa lets out a sigh. I am just under a lot of pressure with this showcase right now. I believe that everything is ready, but I'm just nervous I will do something to mess it all up. I take a step forward as I smile at Rosa. I know you won't mess it up. There's not a single person on this planet that I know that's as passionate about this sort of thing as you are. Rosa's lips curl upwards as my encouragement seems to have an effect on her. You're the daughter of the most talented flower gardener in all of Volcadera Bluffs. His magic runs through your veins. I assure her with a smile as on her face grows. A rather tight hug. Fuck, I forgot. Oh, wait. Thank you. I hope you know how much this means that you have come here today. Warmth envelops Rosa's voice before she pulls the two of us in for a hug. A rather tight hug? Fuck, I forgot how strong she is. Stella seems to fare better as she lets out a happy chuckle and wraps her arms around Rosa and me. It makes sense since she's known her longer than me and is used to this kind of thing. I follow her actions to wrap my hands around both of them as well, as we embrace for a group hug. Gracias, chico. Soy los mejores amigos que podré pedir. She's gonna do great, I know she will. The embrace lasts for a few seconds before I'm the first one to break the silence. So when does the event start? Rosa's face lightens up with surprise. Right in front of me, her body jerks into action, almost knocking me and Stella on our asses, making me really glad I didn't need crutches to walk right now. Merdiasis, the showcase will start in 15 minutes. Worry grows on the Ankylos's face as she realizes how little time she has left. We need to head to the garden right away. Stella and I smile and nod at each other once before we return to our friend. Lead the way. We left the school steps as quickly as we could, cutting through the parking lot towards the back of the school where the garden is located. I still remember chasing Fang through this path from the first day I met Rosa. The school's parking lot lies mostly barren and empty compared to the hordes of cars I remembered being there. Other than that one lone sedan and some SUVs. No, I'm surprised I don't see Rose's car there. Isn't she always driving? At least that's what it felt like when we hung out. After trekking through the deserted lot, we reach our destination as the school's garden enters my field of view. A sight leaves me in complete awe. Holy raptor Jesus. I knew Rosa said she'd been working in the garden for most of the semester, if not the entirety, but still... Along the path of gravel lays rows of flowers ranging from a variety of different colors as small signs that explain the meaning of the flowers set before them. The floral rainbow breathed so much life into the garden I didn't think was possible. I'm almost surprised I didn't wait till June to do this. A jab in the stomach and a scornful look from my stay companions confirms I've mumbled that part out loud. Thankfully, I think Still's the only one who heard that. But still, it's beautiful. Rosa put her heart and soul into this. That much is obvious from the stunning view before our eyes. If only Principal Spears were around to see this. If he was impressed by her work then, I can't imagine what his reaction would be now. So, what do you two think? Rosa turns her to us and with a slightly sheepish look, contrasting the typical confidence she displayed at her abilities. Does it look good enough? Are you kidding me, Rosa? It's so pretty! Stella lights up with glee, much to Rosa's delight, showing her reaction is the same as mine. I love just how much you've transformed the garden. I don't even know what to say. A shade of red grows across the Henkailo's face as her lips curl into a grin. Ah, gracias. You do not think it is too tacky? Not at all. It's incredible, Rosa. I smile as I gaze towards the flowers once more. You've really outdone yourself this time. I guarantee you that everyone here who comes here tonight is going to love it. Rosa's blushing continues to grow as the encouragement from the two of us begins to invigorate her and wash away the anxiety that plagued her. See, mija, your papa is looking down at you with nothing but pride. I know this in my heart. A familiar voice calls from the end of the path. I look to see none other than Rosa's mother approaching her daughter with a sweet smile on her face, raising her arms open. Rosa turns to face her mother. Her body language exuding happiness as she embraces her mother. The two begin conversing with each other in their mother tongue as they hold each other. I take notice of a tear falling from the mother's eyes while joyous expression on her face remains. I can't make out exactly what they're saying, but from the tears falling from the eyes of the Castillo matriarch and the sound of Rosa's voice beginning to break, isn't hard to imagine exactly what they're talking about. Or rather, who. I can feel the soft touch of Stella's hand taking hold of mine. Her fingers interlocking with me as I turn to see a loving smile on her face. I can't help but match her happiness. Love between a mother and a child. A sacred bond between two souls that can't be shattered. Even if I don't have that bond, I'm happy to know it exists. Especially for someone as kind as Rosa. Ahem! Are you fucking serious, lady? The warm moment between Rose and her mother gets snuffed out as the new principal approaches. The two of them from the rest of the garden as the students watch from behind. They must be part of the garden club too. Just so you're aware, Rosa, the showcase is about to begin, so please ensure that you're prepared. Principal Roberts informs her with a sense of thinly veiled disdain. Sorry about that, Principal Roberts. I will make sure everything is ready for the event. The elderly Tyrannosaurus with an aloof nods with an aloof before walking past Stella and I as she leaves the garden. As she leaves our view, Rosa kisses her mom goodbye before approaching the two students waiting for her. Stella, Anon, it is good to see you two again. Miss Castillo greets us with a friendly smile on her face. Her eyes light up as she takes notice of my left leg, delighted to see I can stand again without crutches. Oh, bien. Your leg seems to have healed quite a lot since I last saw you. I take a look down, noticing the metal brace attached to my leg. Still a cripple, but at least I feel like a cyborg now. Even without the wheelchair and minigun? Stella cheekily responds to my inner thoughts. Rose's mother chuckles at Stella's quip about an old conversation we had. What? Oh, Dios míos. You kids do have some of the strangest fantasies. Compared to some of the, other fantasies I've heard of, being a cripple with minigun seems pretty milquetoast. If I may ask, does it still hurt? A concerned look grows across Anklio's face. With an injury such as that, I could see how much it would still hurt after all this time. It's actually been a lot better, or maybe I've just gotten used to the pain. But the fact I've been able to stand and even gotten knocked on my ass when I've taken Ghibli for walks, I've been doing way better than I thought I would. And there was the time when Stella in the occultist shop when I dropped my crutches and was able to stand. I felt a bit sore, but not any of the excruciating pain I'd expected. Not as much as I thought it would, but I think I'm in the clear now. I tell her with a reassuring tone. "Oh, that is wonderful to hear," she says with a warm expression. "I am delighted to hear that you've been able to heal." "My man's a pretty tough guy after all," Stella chirps with a confident tone. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but who might argue? Before either Stella or I can continue, Miss Castillo's face lights up with surprise before she begins to squeal with joy. "Oh, así es!" I'm taken aback by her sudden burst before she quickly closes the gap and envelops us in a bone-crushingly tight hug. Fuck! Must have run in the family. "Rosa told me you two started dating. Oh, you make such a cute couple." Stella lets out a giggle with a blush forms across her face. "Ah, thank you." At least Stella seems to fare better. Then once again, she is used to this kind of thing, too, I guess. As Rosa's mother lets us go, she begins to overwhelm with the typical questions two 18-year-olds in a relationship could ask. When are we getting married? When are we going to have kids? Her questions make even Stella a little bit uncomfortable. Hopefully the show can start soon. Over the course of the next little while, students and their parents visit the showcase to admire the fruits of Rosa's labor. Taking the chance to talk with people in charge of the showcase, as well as discussing the meanings of the flowers planted like an artist at a museum, explain the hidden meanings behind the emotions that went into their art. Although, unlike most museum artists nowadays who just squirt ketchup on a blank canvas and call it a day, Rosa gave it her all, which makes all the praise she's received in the evening well-deserved. Stella and I are watching her converse with many of the visitors with enthusiasm as she gleefully explains what each group of flower is meant to represent. Stella watching her interactions with immense enthusiasm. It does make sense after all, since she was pretty close to Rosa's second in command when it came to the garden club. Flowers such as the pink azaleas and bluebells are supposed to represent family and friendship. In contrast, the white lilies, marigolds, and red poppies symbolize loss and remembrance. Her way of memorializing people she's lost in her life. Hello, Fro. I can't say I'm too familiar with the flowers and gardening from the few times I went to the garden club, but it warmed my heart to see how much it all meant to Rosa. Her overgrown enthusiasm, her bright smile, her heart must be filled with joy to see all the work pay off. I even see Stella shed a tear of happiness for a friend. She's been through a great deal of hell too. She deserves to have this win. But among the flowers in the garden, there were three that stuck out to me in particular all evening. But for a while, I couldn't explain why. White roses, blue stars, red roses, a symbol for new beginnings, for strength, for love. A symbol for new beginnings, for strength, for love. It wasn't until I brought them up to Stella that I realized why those flowers stood out to me. She reminded me of the tarot reading she did for us that evening that I visited her house 2 months ago. Death, strength, lovers. All of them upright, too. It's been getting mirrored in the flowers on display. This has to be a coincidence. Either Stella must have told Rosa to plant those flowers beforehand, or maybe it really was fate. Maybe Stella really does have the right idea with this astrology stuff. I'll have to ask Stella if she did suggest them to Rosa once we get out of here, which seems pretty close as the event begins to wrap up and the amount of people roaming the gravel path becomes more scarce. To my surprise, Rosa shows no signs of slowing down as she maintains her eager and energetic persona. Although this event only lasts for 2 hours, the shortest wagey shift is twice as long as that. So I guess it's no big deal for her. Still, I'll never know how any of them can do it. As our classes, Stella and I decide to step away from the garden for the same reason we haven't had a moment alone uninterrupted yet this evening. I knew Rosa was an incredible gardener, but I can continue to be blown away by what she could do. I expressed my stake with GF, walking by the side of the school as we hold hands. "Right? Rosa was really secretive about it, too." She beamed with appraisal. "She didn't show me any of it. No pictures, no details, nothing, other than her telling us why she wanted to do this. To honor the one she lost. She truly has a good heart. I hope she knows just how proud everyone is of her." I smile as we approach the entrance of the school by the top of the steps. Yeah, it's like her mom said. Her dad is looking from her with heaven from pride. Heaven. I haven't given much afterlife thought in a while. I'm not one of them Redditors that chill on the concept of it, but I do find it scary to think about. Like, constantly worrying how you'll end up when you die, whether it's some pit of fire or in the clouds. It's always kind of scary to keep wondering which one I'll end up in. And it's even harder for me to think about the possibility that Feng didn't end up in the latter. Even if her tombstone said, heaven restored you in light. I just wanted to believe, but it's just hard. Is everything okay, Anon? Stella stops as she looks at me with concerned worry. Yeah, I'm okay, don't worry. No, you're not, Anon. Both of her hands were holding mine. Something's upsetting you the past few days. And I know it's more than that dream you had. A stern but worried look appears on her face as she calls me out on my lies. She still thinks I'm upset like I was when we slept in the room the other night. It's not why, but that has been weighing on the back of my mind for the past few weeks. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. I'm sorry, Stella. I don't want to ruin things for you, but please understand I can't tell you for your sake. Please, baby. I want to help you. She caresses my cheek with her hand after letting go of mine. We're in this together, right? Fuck. What am I doing? I'm not protecting her being a coward. Breaking promises because I'm too much of a puss to tell her exactly what's going on. But I just keep seeing the image of that scared girl flash through my mind as the prospect of telling her about Trish. Her perpetual state of shell shock, the grief-stricken isolation and the trauma. I'm terrified of Stella getting hurt like that. But she's right. I can't keep lying to her like this. I'll just end up pushing her away and make things worse, like I always do. Please! Her azure eyes gleam as she pleads with me to open up. Okay, I'm sorry. A look of shame appears to cross my face as I prepare myself to tell her the truth. Here it goes. Okay, it's about Anon! What the fuck? Oh, it's Anon! What the fuck? Both her arms pull away as we turn towards the source of the voice. Wait, Mo? The two of us see Feng and Nasir's adopter uncle run up the stairs in our direction, his entire being radiating fear and concern as he rapidly climbed the steps towards us. Mo, what are you doing here? I call out to him. It's her! You two's better get out of here! He gestures to his right to come with them. She's coming to whack! Fuck! The ear-splitting crack disorients me for a brief second, blasting me over with an intense wave of fear. Amidst the ring in my ears, I open my eye to Mo, screaming in pain as he clutches his right arm that, oh my god! Oh fuck! Mo's right arm is now missing a chunk of flesh from his elbow as he bleeds profusely, his blue button-up shirt now painted a new shade of crimson. God damn it! He, in an enraged feminine voice, calls out as I look to my left to see Trish approaching the stairs from her left, jumping over the railing from the grasp that she holds. Oh no. Where the fuck did she get that? Where the fuck did she get Fang's revolver? The barrel of the gun still smoking as she turns towards Stella and me, staring us down with a venomous look in her eyes. I've seen so many nightmares of Fang or Nazer and now me pointing that fucking gun at me, crippling me, killing me, but now it's real. Oh god, it's real. Why the fuck did you have to ruin everything like you always, Mo? Trish turns to the maimed Tyrannosaurus as she continues to raise on the steps. Trish, no pa... Mo tries to speak through the pain, but to no avail. Fuck, she really means to kill me. I turn to my left to see Stella horrified at the sight of a man get most of his arm blown off, as the very same gun that almost took her life at the school is now staring down us in the face once more. No, I can't lose her too. I can't lose her! I have to do something. Trish! I take a step forward in an attempt to keep my composure. You don't want to do this, please. Your beef is with me, and me alone. Shut up! She spits at me with rage. I've been waiting for a long time for this, Skinny. You're finally gonna get what's coming to you, and then Fang can finally rest easy. Trish's threat is emphasized by her thumb moving across the revolver's hammer. Press it down as it makes the clip sound. Hold on, interrupting this for a second. That gun in her hand is a double action. She does not need to cock the thumb. All that does is put on a hair trigger. This is real. I'll cut this out in the supercut, but I swear to Christ. Like, she does not need to fucking pull the hammer back. If it is the gun that, people illustrate her with. Unnecessary. This isn't even gun net knowledge. This is very common knowledge. Anyway, back into it. I take a deep breath as I steel myself for what's to come. This is a fucking stupid idea. You have every right to hate me for what happened, Trish. I was a terrible boyfriend for a terrible friend to you and Reed. I take a few steps back as I try to position myself in front of Stella in an attempt to shield her. And maybe if I'd gotten over myself and been a better person, things wouldn't have gone the way they did. My words do nothing to affect the Triceratops as her hateful gaze lingers, her pistol still aimed at me. Anon! Stella whispers to me sheepishly, not nearly as frightened as before. You stay behind me, it'll be okay. I whisper back to her. My eyes are locked on Trish as I try my best not to piss my pants. But Fang chose to shoot up the school. Fang chose to murder her own brother and his girlfriend. Fang chose to destroy many families that day. I remind Trish as I begin to feel anger swell inside me. I don't know if it's because of Trish that I'm angry at, or myself, or even Fang. Have I been angry at her all this time, and I didn't even know it? I can't worry about that right now. And you, I point a finger at Trish. She was in one of the darkest places of her life, and instead of helping, you just pushed her further down the rabbit hole. I was always there for her, long before you ever came here. Trish ragefully retorts as a degree of sadness emerges from her voice. You manipulated her. You set her against the whole world as you molded her in your image, never listening to what she had to say, only what you wanted her to say. I take a deep breath and look at the subtle degree of surprise going across Trish's face. I can't get too aggressive here. One wrong move and Stella and I are both dead. I know you loved her more than anything, and I did too. We both fucked up for Fang's sake. I'll reach behind me and grab Stella's hands. But this is between you and me. Leave Stella out of this. Trish's rage fades into bitterness as she moves the gun towards... No. Why? Why do you get to keep the girl you love after you took away the only person I ever loved? Her voice spits with vitriol and grief in her eyes as she points towards Stella. I didn't. I lost her too. And I'm terrified of losing another. Trish begins to grit her teeth at my response, as if she's snarling like a vengeful beast out for blood. Shit, this isn't really good. I can feel a burst of fear in my chest as I feel Stella step up from behind me, putting her in front of me. I'm not afraid of you, not anymore. She says with determination as I'm not afraid of you, not anymore. She says with determination as she stares Trish down. However, there's no malice in Stella's voice at all. Oh, I'll give you a reason to be afraid of me, you racist bitch. Stella, what the hell are you doing? Step back. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that to you. It was wrong and unkind. A degree of remorse appears in her voice as she attempts to keep herself calm. But please, don't do this, Trish. It doesn't have to be this way. It does! He needs to die for what he did. Trish's voice begins to break as tears start falling down her cheek. I should hate her for what she's done to me. She's done nothing but bully me and make my life hell when I first moved to Volcadera Bluffs. Not to mention how she aired my dirty laundry to the rest of school. Turned me into the same social pariah I fled from rock bottom as. She's tried to sabotage my relationship with Fang. How she's tried to kill me multiple times, along with Stella. But I can only feel pity when I look at her now. This vengeful shell of a girl who's been consumed by fate, by grief and hate. She's suffering just as much as I can. And I can't help but feel bad for her. Please, Trish. Stella's voice softens as she takes a step towards her. This isn't what Fang would have wanted. As those words left Stella's mouth, Trish closed her eyes, and tears continued to roll down her cheeks, and her lips quivered with anguish. I know. The troubled Triceratops' arm begins to jitter, rattling the revolver in her hands as she begins to shudder. Uncertainty hangs in the air as Stella and I are left there, standing there in fear, unable to determine the next move Trish will make. Should we try and take the gun from her, or do we call for help? I look to see Mo writhing against the stairwell, grasp his arm as his screams turn to hyperventilating. The bleeding seems to have settled down, but is he going to be okay? Fuck. My attention is turned back to Trish as her arm lowers slowly to the ground. As she begins to sob quietly, a wave of relief washes over me. Maybe we're safe now. Perhaps we... Ah, shit. The fury returns to Trish as her sobs turn to enraged huffs and grunts, raising her pistol towards Stella once more. No, fuck! Ah! Acting as quickly as I can, I push to the side before Trish can... No! I'm filled with terror as Stella screams out in pain as she crumples to the ground. Trish staring frenzied look in her eyes. No, God, please, not again! I fall to the ground as I cradle her in my arms, desperately trying to stop the bleeding from her shoulder by pressing down against the wound. She grunts in pain as she struggles to open her eyes. She attempts to speak before closing her eyes. No, 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 please, not again. Not like this. She's still breathing, but she must have passed out from the pain. I can't do this, not again. Tears fall from my eyes as I'm completely paralyzed with fear as I hold unconscious Stella in my arms while Trish stares at me with murderous intent, barrel still smoking from her gun. Oh yeah, boy. Hey, what are you? A distant voice calls out as I turn to Rosa watching from the other side of the side entrance. Her voice lighting up with horror and dread as she sees Stella bleeding in my arms. Please, get help! I scream out to Rosa before turning back to Trish and, oh no, no! That is truly awful. It is time for intermission, but I have to take what is known colloquially as potty break.
Hello, Gipper.
Yep, we're here. Yupsy daisies.
Hello, bro.
Hello, bro. You like the emotion I was trying to add?
Yeah, you're doing a good job. God, did you see last night's stream?
No, I haven't yet.
Oh boy. First half's good, second half feels like you're playing a fucking Call of Duty campaign.
I mean, I've seen the Nigel Thornberry images getting posted.
Keep a watch on the YouTube chat. You see my slow descent into madness in real time.
Oh, yeah, of course, my friend. Alright, let's start the geese drawing for now, I guess.
That ending, man, that was like soap opera level. Like with people dying.
Oh, there's one more chapter.
Yeah. So we gotta see the aftermath.
Oh no! I wasn't prepared for this.
Yeah, no.
Iggy's trying to kill me.
Trying to kill you?
Oh no, bro.
Why is Iggy trying to kill you?
Because he's the main reason I've been reading this, and he's been the rock, listening to nearly every stream he's been here.
Yeah.
So anyway, I got one drawing recommendation of the goose being an apple farmer.
Goose apple farm. Goose picking apples. Alright, I got 2. So, get 3 in intermission. Draw the goose, shooting Trish.
You get what you fucking deserve. Sorry, Chambers. I'm doing this one really simple. Simple like, I'm sure that doesn't bother you too much. Oh yeah, what do you guys think of the Stella image that I've had in the corner of the stream? Just fucking excellent.
Good shit.
Stegoros. I mean, I could draw another Stegor goose.
That's special. Yeah, the base. So I feel like this fic is basic. It's just Trish going postal.
Maybe Trish was the bad apple all along.
12 parts of Trish going postal. Strga has.
I have a petition for you to sign.
Hi there. Would you like to sign my petition?
Alright, so now to actually do something of quality, let me shrink my thing down. So I don't usually draw non-geese for this, so just, forgive me for fucking it up.
The door looks my beloved.
You should play Trish Rat on stream one of these days, so you can get some of the funny misspellings.
Is that where that comes from?
Yeah. So what happened was I was streaming Trish Rat with I think I was having Blue voice Trish and a few other characters, and there were a couple other people in there. I know Cars was there. I think there's a pretty full house, but the Stagaros meme comes from that mod. Because that mod is so poorly written that there's like spelling mistakes like that are like every other line. It's really funny.
There's Trish with a bullet wound.
Incredible. Thank you.
Now time for the goose. What's shooting her?
That's a decent like 2-minute doodle of Trish. Got the all the essentials there. I like how the bullet hole is directly through the O on her hoodie.
Well, the stain grew to go around the O, so it's just like...
Yeah.
Bullseye.
Exactly.
That's y'all.
Oh wait, I need orange. Oh, I need it. Boom. This is probably the most quality goose I've drawn in a little while. Yeah, no, this chapter is making me feel.
Yeah.
Ain't that something? Usually I'm like a
End,
psychopath.
so I just feel like I'm jumping in on fucking drama near the end.
You've got like the 10 chapters of
Of fluff, basically.
yeah, you got 10 chapters of fluff followed by death. More death.
There you go. There's Goose shooting Trish.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love this creation.
How I feel about triggers.
Oh yeah.
You ready for one of my spicy recommendations?
Alright, bring it in.
One or two?
Bring me one right now.
1,000-yard stare goose.
Oh yeah, like the painting.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be great.
Alright, let me try. I don't know exactly what painting you're thinking of, but...
Here, let me put it in the VC chat so you can have a reference image.
Well, I'm just going off of 1,000-yard stare.
Here, it should be here. Man, that's 27 megabytes. That's a large image. There we go.
My son, what have they done to you?
Is that what you're thinking?
Oh, hey, my recommendations are my children, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta love your use of steel chair goose yesterday.
Large goose. You gotta add like large, like sunken in like bags under his eyes. For the added.
And the old GI helmet.
Yeah. This is gonna be profile picture material.
Hey, I'm the Goose Man.
Exactly. You have your profile picture of 1,000 yard stare views. It's you after reading chapter 11.
Me probably after chapter 12 as well.
Yeah. Perfect.
Well, let me wait a second for the stream to catch up, but then you'll get your fucking reaction about this.
Incredible. Man, those are some heavy bags. They got that. It really sells the idea that he's been through some shit.
He's seen some shit.
I added white outlines just so you can see where his pupils are.
Oh yeah. Look at the Five Nights at Freddy's eyes.
Just. This is awful.
I love this. That's incredible. You gotta add the GI helmet and have it say "Born to Honk" on it.
Oh, yeah. Alright, let me lobotomize the goose real quick.
We've been successfully lobotomized. Nice.
Oh, I can't. Oh, hold on. I'm retarded.
Ah, that's great. That completes it.
True Vietnam experience.
For real.
Oh, it's missing some shaking baby.
How's this?
Oh, yes. Born to Honk.
Amazing.
I love this. And zoom out and see the full masterpiece. Oh, that's beautiful.
Let me color in his fucking boots.
Perfection.
Whoops.
Oh, I came up better than I ever would have thought. Thank you.
That is so good.
Yes.
Hey man, anything for the adoring fans.
Whoa. Very green.
Greer.
Grebe.
Greer.
Swouse.
Wow.
Swats.
Swouse.
Doing a YouTube poop stream.
Swast.
Yeah. I'm so excited for Bad Apple to be over so I can move on to whatever's next.
That's a good question. When you get
I will not be doing Bad Bitch Stella because that is NTR.
Have people been
Wow.
requesting that you do Bad Bitch Stella?
You would have to pay me.
Yeah, that would require monetary payment.
Man,
don't
I
think I'd
watched
do
a playthrough of Stella NCR. That shit gave me a 1,000-year stare for a little bit.
Yeah, let me get you a good fucking view of it. It's coming up in the stream soon. You'll be able to screenshot that and use it. And now it's there. There you go.
Incredible.
Alright, what's your other suggestion?
Live Goose reacting.
Alright, let me grab Tucker Carlson real quick. Hold on. Alright, so now I just need a pixel. I need a black line. I need a thick line. Need that. I need to go white. Do that. Grab orange. Do this.
Carlson has been covered.
And now I can go kind of outline his fucking hair. Move over into a kind of a brown. Is it lighter brown? His hair's kind of like this. I'm putting too much effort into this fucking shit post, but that's fine. This is okay. This is what we need, actually. This is perfect.
It's perfection. You can't rush that.
A nice powder blue. Let me actually draw this line here so that,
Oh yeah.
there we go. And then we can fill in the powder blue. There we go. And now I just need we'll give him a peach tie, sure. And then, let's draw an outline. Yeah, maybe I can need him.
I like how you add a full body to each of these.
There we go.
Perfect.
Live Goose reaction. Alright, one more.
Oh shit, I don't like that too. Oh shit, I don't like that too.
Need one more goose.
How's this done?
One more goose, okay. It's another relevant goose to the story. Can you draw an alcoholic goose?
I mean, that's all of them.
Yeah. Can you draw a goose with several bottles laying around him and he's like spaced out?
This guy is just gonna be a little guy.
Yeah.
Drew one in his hand. There we go.
Nice.
Crown Royal bottle, because he's classy like that. Born to honk. Is that enough bottles?
Yes.
Yes.
Popping bottles.
But drunk demo man over there.
Popping bottles. So, that is a beautiful collection of songs.
Before I forget to grab this image, let me real quick just print screen that. There we go. Yeah, no, this has been excellent, I would say.
Good shit.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
truly the greatest
fucking,
I've ever seen.
The 1,000-yard stair one is my favorite. It's so good.
I'll have to send that guy in later.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What have you guys sent into this little chat? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. Born to honk, life is a fuck, 22 dead in Brooklyn.
Yeah, you got pretty accurate to the painting.
just the sheer emotion of it.
Yeah.
You know, during that scene, I should have gone and grabbed my gun because I have a 32 special, which isn't exactly the same, but similar enough. Same guy designed it, and so that would have been a really accurate sound effect. But alas, I'm in the middle of a bay window in a busy street, so I don't think my neighbors would like that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But I could have done it.
I think I'm gonna have to head out soon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So enjoy chapter 12. I will come back and watch the VOD and see how that turned out.
Well, I'll try to survive.
The horrors.
Yep, I'll be here to finish it up. I'm gonna go catch up on the TTT pod. So if you're
Have
still here, we can chat while I watch
Mhm.
it.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, time to get back at it.
All right.
Talk to you guys later. Find your center, and let's get back into it. Chapter 12 is Fade to White. If I opened my eyes, there'd be no more going back, because I'd throw it all away, and it would all fade to black. January 15th, 2021. Why? One word is all I could ask myself. One simple question flashed through my head on repeat for the past couple of days. Just why did I let any of it happen? She didn't deserve to go out like that. The image of the last week will never leave my mind. Just the sight of her life ending like that before me. Watching her talk to me one more second, only to become a bloody husk the next. It's like I'm living the same hell all over again, walking to Volcadera High to see all the bodies that lay on the floor. Seeing Naomi's brains splatter all over the classroom, and her boyfriend bled to death across the hall. Watching Fang take her own life in front of me. But this time, I saw it happen. I saw her die. The constant nightmares I've had since I entered the hospital were filled with people dying before my eyes in the shooting. But they all pale in comparison to what I saw a week ago. The image of what was left of her. Just no matter how hard I try, I can't escape this endless cycle of suffering. As I look across the hall of the room, I see all the people fill the visitation area at the funeral home. The crowd consists primarily of dinosaurs, all garbed in black suits and dresses, stand before me as they wait to enter the building before the ceremony begins. They must be her family. Their voices deepen in sorrow as they converse with each other, talking about the deceased. She was so young. Why did it have to go this way? I regret not taking time to spend more time with her while she was alive. That's a shame I'll take to my grave. Amidst the chatter, I hear the faint sounds of a lady wailing, coming back from the center of the room. I just see her crying around the ground as a man and woman attempt to comfort her. My baby! My baby! She cries out, breaking into tears. Seeing the twist of the knife in my heart fills me with guilt. I can't do this. I have to get out of here. I turn around toward the exit, moving past the crowds of people as politely as I can. I just need to get the fuck away from this now. This is your fault, Anon. You're the reason she's dead. She's gonna be lying on the earth as her body feeds the maggots, withering into nothing. All because of you. She could have done so much with her life, and you took it away from her. Are you happy? She's fucking gone. My inner voice torments me as I leave the building. It isn't long before I'm standing at the entrance near the parking lot. This looks like as good a place to any is. I had to reach to my left pocket and pull out a pack of cigarettes. Forgot I even had them on me. They were hiding with the rest of the stuff I hadn't really unpacked. I did manage to quit, but I don't really need them right now. I open the lid and see one cigarette. Just left is my crusty green Vic lighter, rests against the lone cancer stick. I reach in to grab it, but I'm disappointed as I realize the lighter crushed my last cigarette. God fucking damn it. Can't I just have one thing? Is that too much to ask? Before my frustration can grow, a voice calls out to me and pulls my attention. Anon! 1 week ago. It does! He needs to die for what he did! Tears fall from my eyes as I aim the revolver at Anon's little whore. Why am I hesitating so much? I have them right where I want them. I can finally bury this fucking monkey once and for all. I have 2 bullets left, one for each of them. Mo made me waste the third one, so I'll have to settle for just these 2. I should have aimed for his head. He's nothing but a coward, but in a pain in the ass for the longest time. And then he has the fucking gall to warn Anon and Stella. The same guy who killed Fang. But I can't focus on that right now, even if I tried. Before I'm able to act further, Stella takes a step towards me as she pleads with me in those terrified eyes. Please, Trish! This isn't what Fang would have wanted. I have them right where I want them, huddled against the school doors in terror as I held them at gunpoint. I can't help but feel overwhelmed as my body starts to shake and I close my eyes. The hate and rage I feel for these 2 burning me alive, and the only way to put out the flames is by extinguishing theirs once and for all. And then the image of Fang's body after the fall from the school's roof flashed before my eyes, to the point of blinding me in reality. It fills me with deep sorrow, the same sorrow I felt when I saw their mangled corpse. But she's right about one thing. It won't bring Fang back. They'll never come right around the corner and explain that they faked their death to escape the ridicule. I'll never be able to hear their voice again, or see their smile, or beautiful amber eyes. I'll never be able to tell them how much I loved them, and how much all I've ever wanted with them was to be with them. I know. I choke out with what little composure I have left. Fang is gone. Forever. They're not hiding or far away. They're rotting in the ground. Nothing more than food for maggots. I could have saved them. I would have been able to help Fang if it weren't for Anon. This is his fault. It's all his fault! I begin to tremble and huff with rage at reminders of Anon's actions. Does he think he deserves a fresh start? What? Because he's sad about what he's done? About how he's manipulated another person to be his whore? Does he truly believe that this absolves him of skins? No. No! Ah! My eyes flood with red as I'm consumed with the hate as I get ready to put a bullet through Stella's heart. Now you'll know what it's like to lose everything, you fucking bastard! It takes me a second to realize that Skinny intervened at the last second, pushing her aside as my bullet only narrowly misses her heart and pierces her left shoulder instead. No! Anan cries out as terror as he cradles a stego. She begins to bleed. Fuck! That was supposed to kill her. Wait, did her eyes just close? Is she dead? Maybe she could have just passed out. Regardless, I feel no sense of satisfaction. Stella's supposed death does nothing to quell the inferno inside of me. My skin feels boiling hot as the hair grows thinner, making it more difficult to breathe. But I have to stay focused. It doesn't matter whether she's died or not. I only have one bullet left, and I can hit him right now. I keep the gun pointed at his head, ready to paint the ground with his brains as he cradles this slut. But yet, I can't bring myself to do it. Is this guilt? Why would I feel remorse for something like this? This is what I've wanted for so long. To see them dead. To have Anon watch everything around him fall apart. Why am I hesitating now? Amidst the thoughts and emotions that swirl around my head like a violent storm, I do remember this may have been what I wanted. But it's not what I truly longed for. Fang. To be able to see them again. To be free of this living hell where the image of a mangled body flashes through my head every time I think their name. I know that they're gone forever, and the person that killed them is still here. Between the duality of rage and grief inside of me, a latter emotion emerges stronger as I remember all the pain I've endured since their loss at once. There's nothing else for me but this life but suffering, and on saw to that. But now I can better use my last bullet, a chance to end all my pain, and to finally be with Fang again. All the sounds in the outside world vanish as I finally agree to my decision. The sound of Rose's calling and An's screaming serves as nothing more than white noise. As if my soul is already leaving my body, I prepare to leave this world behind. A part of me is scared for what's after, or if it's not even something after. Still, I can't turn back now, even if I wanted to. I cock the hammer of my revolver before lifting it towards my head, rising the barrel against my chin. The sensation of a hot metal burns my scales, but doesn't bother me one bit. There's nothing left for me here. I have no friends, no family, no life, but now I'm free. One swift motion, and my connection to this world will be forever severed. I'm coming, Fang. I'm coming. My finger pulls the trigger with one swift Please, get help! I scream out to Rosa before I spot the look of terror on her face and click. Trish, what you doing? Oh no. My head turns back towards my assailant. I can feel my heart drop with shock as I process the image before me. The burning rage painted across her face is now paired with fear and sorrow as she aims the gun not at Stella, nor me, or Rosa, or even Mo, but herself. Wait! No! The loud crack splits the air. The sound deafens me briefly. I'm kneeling on the ground, trembling with terror, but it isn't the gunshot that fills me with horror. I just watched a life end before my very eyes. Trish's legs turn to jelly as she falls to her knees, and oh God, pieces of her torn brain spill from her shattered skull as blood begins to flow from the newly formed holes in her head. Lying lifelessly on the ground as her purple face is stained red, her one remaining eye points towards the school's entrance as her body twitches. Her arms and legs spasm as if she's still alive. I've seen stuff like this both online and in my nightmares, but to see that horror become reality in front of me, To watch Mo get part of his arm blown off, watch my girlfriend lying unconscious in my arms as I try to stop the bleeding from her shoulder, and now watching Trish take her own life before my own eyes. A shrill wail pulls my attention away from Trish's body as I see Rosa screaming at the sight of Trish, a look of pure terror in her eyes as she's forced to relive the same nightmare that led to her to stay an extra year. The same nightmare we all suffered from. Fuck! I turn back to Mo, still clutched his bloody arm, staring at the corpse in front of him as a mixture of frustration and sorrow. God damn it, Trish, why'd you have to do this? Tears roll down the Tyrannosaurus' cheeks as his voice begins to crack. No, this can't be real. I thought I wouldn't have to see this ever again. Maybe it's all a bad dream. Just please let none of it be real. Stella? I look down to see her in my arms. Pained expression she had right before she passed out remains on her face. Wet feeling touches my hand as a blood-red stain continues to dye her white shirt. We need to get her and Mo to a hospital. I can't lose her. I can't lose her! Ayondos! Rosa cried out with desperation. She quivers with terror at the sight before her. Que alguien nos ande, por favor! The terror-stricken Kylo falls to her knees as she begins muttering to herself in Spanish. Completely paralyzed with fear as she's forced to live the same hell that we all dealt with half a year ago. Help! I cry out, joining Rosa's call. Please, somebody help us! Amidst the haze, a familiar voice barely grabs my attention as the fear and adrenaline continue to cloud my mind. No, Trish, no! No, Trish, no! My head snaps back at the sight of Fang kneeling in front of Trish. Her friend's bloody stain her black jeans. No, please, not like this, she mournfully cries as she placed her hand on her friend's body. We were supposed to make it big together. The music, the band, everything. Not now. Please, not now. The look on Fang's face mirrors my distress as she gazes towards Stella and me, noticing the unconscious Stego in my arms. Don't just stand there, Anon, please! Fang screams out in desperation as her desperation grips her voice before turning back to Trish with a worried look in her eyes. No, look at me, Trish, it's gonna be okay. It's all so overwhelming. I'm filled with fear, sorrow, guilt, despair. I can't take it, it's all too much. Fang's brief denial of her friend's demise comes to an end as reality sets back into her eyes as linger on the body of her deceased friend. The image sears its way into the ghost's mind as her lips quiver. Please wake up, Trish, don't leave me. Tears begin to roll down her cheek once more, her eyes growing puffy by the second. First Nasser, then Mom, now you're gonna leave me too? You're not real. You're not real. You're not real! I repeat my mantra as my head as I begin to block out the Revenant's wailing. No. Fang's voice required before her body began to shake violently with grief. No! Was it all truly my fault? Am I responsible for this much pain and suffering? The pterodactyl screaming devolves into painful cries, and I tune out and lie down at Stella in my arms, laying there helplessly, as her fate lies entirely with my hands. I'm not letting Stella die. I'm not losing anyone else. Please. Can't live without you. Anon? Shit. I shoved the pack of death sticks hastily into my coat pocket as I turn around to face the gentle voice that pulls me out of my stupor. I'm greeted by none other than Stella. Her colorful green hair styled into her signature hair buns. Her left arm rests on a white sling, contrasting her black funeral dress. She's waiting for my response as her eyes light up with concern. She hasn't stopped worrying about me since the day we left the hospital, as if I'm the one that needs worrying about. Is everything okay, baby? Yeah, sorry about that. I sigh with dejection as I try to mask my distress for discomfort. The crowds are just stressing me out a bit is all. Stella reaches out with her free arm and gently holds my hand. Are you gonna be okay? Is there anything way I can help? Her sapphire eyes light up with concern, seemingly unconvinced that I am fine. I have to stay strong for her. No, not right now, sadly. I answer, much to her dismay, although I was going to ask, are you sure you're okay with coming here? I look at her sling. Thank God the doctor was able to get the bullet out of her shoulder so quickly, and thank God the Karen principal managed to help us get to the paramedics so quickly. I was worried about her. But then after, another thought occurs to me, one that horrifies me. What if I'd been too slow? What if I wasn't able to push her away? What if that bullet hit her heart? Hey, Anon. A warm voice caresses my face as I'm brought back to reality. I'm right here, baby. I'm alive because of you. She must have heard me mumbling, God damn it, Anon. You already know how scared Fang almost... With how scarred Fang almost killing her left, Stella. The least you can do is try not to fuck it up and fill her head with paranoia. A sweet smile forms on her lips as her thumb strokes my cheeks. You saved me. A part of me feels safe from her reassurances that everything's gonna be okay. But another part of me is terrified that as long as I'm around, she's gonna keep getting hurt like this. But to answer your question, I'm not sure. A somber look appears across the green Stego's face as she lets go of my hand, looking down with anxious contemplation. I'm a bit scared, I guess. About the funeral? I ask, my nerves begin to ease. Yeah, she answered sheepishly. Last time I went to a funeral was when Sage... Stella closes her eyes as she takes a deep breath and like a quick attempt to calm herself. That was a dark day for me. Seeing her like... Stella opened her eyes as a tear rolled down her cheek. And it's like I'm at a funeral all over again. Shit. And here I go bringing her to a funeral reminding her of her dead friend. Some fucking boyfriend you are in on. I take hold of her hand and attempt to comfort her. Are you sure you still want to be here? If it's too much, we can... No, I'll be okay. She smiled as she let out a sniffle. Besides, I want to come to pay my respects to her. Even after all she's done, the constant antagonizing her attempts to sabotage my relationship with Fang, trying to kill Stella and me, I still can't bring myself to hate her. I just can't. I never really got to know her as much as I should have back in Volcano High. Never seeing her as anyone beyond the girl who tried to make my life a living hell. I say before letting out a saddened sigh, but for everything she was, she did care about Fang. Probably more than she cared about herself. After the shooting, I imagined just how hard it could have been for her. Stella nods in response to my words as she expresses sympathy. She was truly dealt a cruel fate. And even after everything, I'm trying not to see her as some angry, vengeful bully. She turned her head towards the funeral home, but rather as a broken soul who was corrupted by grief and lost her heart to darkness. Her voice carries a cadence of sadness. Stella is too good for this world. Yeah, she may have punched her in the face and called her a trigger after Trish called her the R word, but even at the school last week, Stella tried to apologize for what she said as if she was in the wrong, and she tried to convince Trish to stand down. Shouldn't view her as some enemy, but as someone who was lost, like Fang. Fang had her guard against the whole world for too long, trying so hard to follow her dreams of being a musician, only to have her dreams stomped by everyone around her, myself included. The world beat her down. She was like an abused dog, and eventually got too much to her, to the point she felt like she had to bite back. Which must be how Trish felt. In her eyes, I was the monster that took everything from her. Her dreams, hopes, future, friends, and of course, Fang. In a way, Trish had been right, and she was just following Fang's footsteps. So would you be okay if we went inside now? She gently asked me, her voice bordering on whispering. Yeah, I'm okay, Starlight. Let's go inside. As inappropriate as it may be, a subtle blush forms across Stella's face from my choice words. When I was with her at the hospital, I spitballed some cute pet names when she woke up. It was the only thing that kept me from being completely broken down. And I came up with Starlight since Stella's name means, well, it does seem fairly basic looking back on it, but seeing her smile that much from it was completely worth it, especially when we both needed some cheering up. Without another word, Stella and I approached the funeral building, silenced by the melancholy in the air. Stella and I both know what kind of person Trish was and what she needed to do for us, and what she tried to do to us, but we couldn't help but feel stunned and horrified at what happened. Even after all she's done, no one deserves to die that young. As we're entering, I notice Stella fighting with the cloth on her dress as she looks down with discomfort on her face. I'm already nervous as is, but I don't want her to have to feel that too. I gently stop her hands in place as I interlock my fingers with my own. It'll be okay. I promise, I whispered to her as she looks up at me, the anxiety easing within her as a slight smile forms on her face. A look of gratitude and love. However, my nerves worsen as we walk towards the room where the service is being held. Walking past all the empty rooms with the freshly cleansed tables, chairs, and benches, the sight of it reminds me just how much death has followed its way into the building. The idea of that fucks in my head. However, my nerves worsen as we walk towards the room. Sorry. You must stay strong for Stella, Anon. You owe her that much. Nearing the end of the corridor, we can spot a room where visitation is when both are eyes notice a large framed picture. Must be Trish's. I slightly stray away from Stella as I approach the photo. My suspicions are confirmed as a wave of guilt courses through me. I read a sign that says, Patricia Grace Freeman, Trish, born July 16th, 2001, died January 8th, 2021. May the Lord deliver you from your suffering. In the photograph, she's standing in front of the garden at Volcano High, looking at the camera with a joyous smile. Behind her sparkle-kissed black dress lays a bed of flowers, the floral rainbow contrasting the color of her dress as she looks so happy in the photo. She looks nothing like the angry, hostile girl who berated me throughout the year. I think we should head inside. I turn to Stella to see her eyes looking at me with concern. I can do this. I head inside with Stella, trying to forget what I just saw. The image of her epitaph and the life she could have had seared into my mind as a way to haunt me of the consequences of my actions. Amidst the crowds of people that head into the other side of the room where I presume her mother is, I notice the two familiar figures sitting down on the two sides of benches. The age gap between the two of them is noticeable. Sitting to the right of the bench is a certain pink-haired raptor, Reed. He's wearing a black t-shirt and dark jeans, partially obscured by the metallic brace attached to his left thigh. Dully gazing across the room as a pair of crutches rest beside him. When I was staying in the hospital with Stella, we learned that Reed was also being treated in the next room over. When I asked, the doctors told me Trish accidentally shot him in their apartment. And one of the neighbors called after hearing a gunshot, but they wouldn't have let me in to speak with him because he was under anesthesia. Thankfully, they let me leave him my extra pair of crutches. It's not like I'd be needing them anymore. I'm still trying to figure out how he told him exactly what happened, especially since last time I saw him, he didn't exactly know what on the planet he was on. To Reed's right sits an older Tyrannosaurus male with a grim expression. Unlike his companion, he's wearing a well-maintained black suit with a blue tie. However, his first feature that catches my eye is right above his sleeve being rolled up all the way to his triceps, covering the fleshy stub that hid away. The damage done to Mo's right arm was so severe they had to amputate it below the elbow. The more I think about it, the more I picture the sight of Mo screaming in pain as that bullet tore his arm apart. And his words carrying an aura of stoicism as his eyes paint towards our direction. And Stella, right? I can feel Stella tightly taking hold of my hand as her body tenses up, frozen in shock by the absence of Mo's right arm. I remember how horrified she was when I told her, but she never saw what it looked like in person. Until now. Although now that I think of it, her memory of the shooting does seem to be a bit more hazy than I would have thought. Yeah, sorry. Stella scrambles over her words as her eyes don't seem to leave Mo's stump. The tired Tyrannosaurus looks at his stump before looking back at her. Don't worry about it. It's not like I've made much effort hiding it. Have you found where it's hiding? It has to be around here somewhere, man. Have you seen where it's hiding? It has to be around there somewhere, man. All our eyes focused on Reed, who joined the conversation. His eyes spoke with a dull tone as he looked away, as he's on the very urge of falling asleep. Mo looks at him with pity before taking a deep sigh. Yeah, kid, probably is. Anyways, he grunts as he begins to rise from the bench. I'm gonna get going soon, but before I do, can I have a word with you, Anon? Apart from the leftover fear from our previous meetings and his association with two people who want me dead scare me for a brief moment. But now that one of them is, gone, there's no doubt he wants to talk about the latter. Okay, sure. I nod to Mo before turning to Stella. Hey, baby, you gonna be okay staying with Reed for a second? Lestego snaps herself into reality as she nods my words. Yeah, of course. I'll be right here. I gently grasp her right hand with both my hands to give her a reassuring look. I promise you, it won't be long. Despite my assurance, anxiety painted across Still's face remains. Okay, I love you. I love you too. We kiss each other on the lips briefly before she goes to sit down on the bench with Reed. Mo and I walk towards the room's exit to the hallway. The main people still here are talking to Trish's family, an older couple talking to her mother while a group of children sits down with her and with their siblings. I can hear the words of Trish's youngest sister uttered to me when I went to talk to them. Why, my sister, weren't you dead? There wasn't any anger in the words, only sorrow and confusion, but it still haunts me all the same. I still can't imagine what they must be going through. My heart truly breaks for them. Once we pass through the doors into the quietness of the hallway, I turn to Mo, who looks at me expectantly. So, is everything okay? Mo looks away as he scoffs at my reply. What was your first fucking clue, punk? That doesn't sound good. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I tried to defuse the situation before he cut me off. Nah, it's okay. The annoyance in his voice turns into remorse as he stares at the ground. But no, Anon, I'm not okay. The brief... No, Anon, I'm not okay. The brief hostility and presence is extinguished by as only sadness remains, making me think it's not just from losing an arm. There's more to it. Sorry, is all I can force out as I work my brain at max capacity to figure out what to say to him. Nah, you don't got nothing to be sorry for. You did what you could. He let out a sigh. He looked up at me. Anyway, I thought I'd share some news with you before I bounce. What kind of news? I asked, equally curious and worried. You and your girl, you can be okay. What? Could you be any more cryptic? I'm not really in the right headspace for... When I woke up at the hospital, one of the boys on the inside told me that they put Ripley in cuffs. Mo emphasizes with seriousness in his voice by choosing not to refer to his friend by the Rip name. He was the one that gives Trish that gun, and, well, you know the rest. Did he hold on to the gun? This revelation doesn't surprise me in the slightest. After all, how the hell would someone like Trish be able to get a hand on Feng's gun? It only makes sense that she could have gotten it from Ripley. Only he would have a way of stealing the murder weapon. But where I should feel surprise, I feel only anger. Ripley kept the gun that killed his own fucking son, the same gun that his daughter murdered several people with before taking her own life. And instead of the balls to face me himself, he made his daughter's best friend do his dirty work for him. Trish threw her fucking life away, and Ripley gave her the key. Fucking coward. Bastard. I know, kid, I know. Mo picks up my growing anger, but is little to snuff out the flames. He won't come after you and Stella again, trust me. How do you know for certain? I huff my efforts to stay calm. I huff despite my efforts to stay calm. Wasn't he the police commissioner or something? All I need to do is pull some strings and in on. Before I can finish my train of thought, Mo interrupts me and his eyes meet the ground again. One of the boys was there when they nabbed him. Rip didn't even argue, fight back or nothing. He just did nothing. I feel a twinge of guilt when I notice the tear forcing its way out of his eyelid. He said that Rip had the look of a man that were no longer truly alive. Just a shell. Just a shell? I ask as my nerves begin to calm. Yeah. Mo grimly nods. And I was even able to visit them in the cell the other day. Mo closed his eyes for a brief moment, as if he's trying to block out the vision of his friend's state. He's still breathing, but he's gone. Sorrow and pain is painted across his face as his eyes open again. He's gone. I'm conflicted on how to feel about this. So many emotions course through me as the image of Ripley swirls in my mind. Fear of the terrifying man would see nothing more than my head on a spike. Anger of the man whose actions caused a girl to throw her life away and almost take away one of the few good things I have left. But also sorrow for what Ripley's endured. Despite everything that happened, I know that even with all the shit he made Fang feel, I know he made her feel ostracized alone, he still loved her. Fang was his daughter, after all. And then, one by one, he started to lose every good thing that he had going for him. His children, his wife, his happiness. And it's easy to point the finger at me, especially because it's only happened after I entered the picture. Hell, I blame myself, but I just don't know how to view it all. But you don't have to worry about anyone coming after you, Stella. You have my word. Mo's exhausted voice interrupts my thoughts as he tries to keep himself composed. Ripley was like a brother to him after all. I can't imagine any of this is easier for him. Thank you, Mo. I gently reply to him, uncertain of how to respond to his despondence. Mo nods with a grunt before looking back towards the entrance of the visitation room. I've already seen too many kids die, and I was hoping I'd never have to go to any of their funerals. His grim words feel like a punch to the gut. I don't know how anyone is supposed to respond to something like that, yet it makes my heart ache all the same. I just wish she would have been able to turn things around. Mo's voice softens as he fixates on the picture of Trish. Let go of that hate she's been holding on to, and just see how much people actually care about her. I can't begin to imagine how horrific it must have been for her mother to get a visit from the police to inform her eldest daughter was dead. My heart breaks for the family. They must be in shambles right now. Mo's grunting agreements. Without a doubt. Not sure if you know the whole story went on with Trish and the family after the shooting. Mo looks back at me with sorrow in his eyes. It wasn't a happy story. I give Mo my full attention as he fills me in on what happened with Trish over the past few months, what her situation was like with her family, how she worked for him as much as she knew. Raptor Jesus. I'm conflicted about how to feel about it all. On one hand, what the fuck was she thinking, punching her own brother in the face like that and then running away? On the other hand, it must have been horrible to know that your family was taken away from you because of a mistake that you made and may never be able to see him again. She may have had a fault thing on, but deep down, she was been hurting real bad. I don't doubt it for 1 second. I wish things could have gone different for her. If I wasn't there, Fang would. The Tyrannosaurus sighs. Anyway, I don't got much else to say. He glances towards the exit before facing me once more. But please, just be good, yeah? Before I can properly respond, Mo's already walking towards the door without another word. His posture gives him a depressed aura of a man who's been crushed by the world, painting a clear picture of what he's feeling as he leaves the funeral home. I will, Mo, I call out to him. He doesn't stop or turn around, but I can see his head nod to my in response to my words, acknowledging my response. I should go back to Stella and read now. As I walk back into the room of Trish's visitation, what Mo said to me before leaving lingers in my mind. Be good. I remember him saying those exact words the night he dropped me off. I still don't know exactly what he saw in me that compelled him to defend me from Trish and Ripley. As far as I'm concerned, I'm the guy who got his niece and nephew killed. I'm the loser human who done everything in the world to show his 18 years he's been alive. What does that even have? What does he even see in me? Still, I know full well how much of a shitty person I was, or how worried I still am, but as long as I'm breathing and in control of my life, I want to do everything I can to improve. But sometimes, I don't know if that's even possible. Even after everything, Trish might still be alive if not for me. As I re-enter the room, I do my best to clear the self-hatred swirling back inside my head as Stella and Reed enter my field of view. Those two are conversing with one another as they rest on the bench. That lime stego had a look of worry on her face as Reed seemed to lose himself further and further into his own world, struggling to keep balance as the dull smile was plastered across his face. Sorry about that. Mo just had to clear something up. I announced my presence to the two on the bench. Oh, was everything okay with him? Stella, she asks, her concern now directed towards me. No, Stella. Mo is very much not okay. Still, what I want to say differs from what actually comes out of my mouth. Yeah, it's all good. Don't worry about it all. He just needs someone to talk to. I answer half-truthfully, doing everything I can to keep the guilt from leaking to my voice. I fucking hate how much I've lied to her lately. Even if it is for her sake. It's hard to tell if there's more Stella wants to ask me or if her concern is taken away by the befuddled raptor next to her. I remember telling her and Rosa basically what happened to Reed after the shooting. At least from what I've gathered from when we bumped into each other at the mall. But I don't think they realized how bad it was. So, are you two doing okay? My question grabs Stella's attention as she turns my way from rising from the bench. Yeah, everything's... The discomfort in her voice becomes more obvious as she struggles to answer. Everything's okay. She smiles as she walks towards me, but it was a facade I could see through. The same way I've been doing to her lately. I give her a worried look. There's a wordless way of asking her what was wrong, as she smiles, fades into a sadness as she closes the gap between us. I didn't realize it was that bad, she whispers to me with a shaky breath. Fearing that she may begin to cry, I take hold of her free hand and gently pull her closer to me. Hey, it's okay, baby. Don't worry. He doesn't... Her voice becomes increasingly choked up as her blue eyes sparkle, signaling the dam is about to break. It pains me to see Stella like this. I haven't seen her this devastated in a while. I'm sorry, and I need to be alone right now. It is... I attempt to ask her before she begins walking out of the reception area, but not before I can hear a sniffle escape her as her back faces me. I'm so sorry, Stella. As she passes through the door frame and leaves my vision, my first instinct is go after her and comfort her. Even she says she wants to be alone, but she needs some space right now. I can't imagine it's easy to process what happened to Reed and have to hold that heartbreak and attempt to be there for him. Still, I remember the devastation I felt when I saw him outside the mall. Still, talking to Reed while Stella's not here might also be good. If there's one thing he needs right now, it's a buddy. Amidst the haze in his mind, Reed must be heartbroken that both his best friends killed themselves. Hey, Reed. I approach the raptor as he lazily swings his head in my direction. You holding up okay, man? Reed gives an exaggerated shrug as a sigh escapes his lips. I mean, still a little sore after tumbling down in the bathtub, but it is what it is, you know? The raptor flicks his hand towards the brace on his leg. But those skis you gave me come in pretty handy, amigo. Despite his lack of coherence in the words I know he's trying to say. Even though how his leg was feeling isn't exactly what I was asking about. But not too painful or anything like that. I ask further, knowing how much it fucking sucks to be shot in the leg. With the same gun, no less. Yeah, I'm good. He lazily gives a thumbs up with his right hand, eliciting a slight smile from me. Thanks again, Anon. Part of me is shocked that he called me by the correct name this time. Remembering how he's trying to call me by different names every sentence. Maybe he's less high right now than he was then. Can't imagine the doctors would let him bring his car fame to the hospitals with him. Especially with all the painkillers and anesthesia they must have used on him. Still, try not to give it too much thought. Hey, what are friends for, after all? His hands fall limp as a goofy smile on his face becomes more reflective and somber, despite his lips still being curled upwards. Friend. His breath hints at the shuddering, blinking a few times as he gulped with discomfort. Wait, what is he? I miss my friends. His voice cracks slightly as his smile falls to a frown. Tears begin to well from his eyes as the realization of his friend's death begins to drown him out. It begins to dawn on him. Suddenly, the weight of the loss he'd suffered breaks through the intoxicated barrier that trapped him from reality for so long. I know, Reed. I take a seat next to him, pet his back. I miss him too. Similarly with Trish, I don't know what Reed's personal life was before that happened, but my heart breaks from all the same. He's always been a bro, even if Fang and Trish didn't want me around. Fuck. He was the first real friend I made when I transferred to Volcano High, and I treated him like he was an annoyance. Why? Why did things have to happen like this? He turns to me, pleading, look in his eyes as he begins to outshine the inebriation. I'm sorry. My eyes become heavier as I try to offer what little comfort I can. I don't know, Reed. Sometimes these things just happen, and you can't always stop it, no matter how hard you try. I don't know if what I'm saying to Reed is true or a lie. I mean, it's definitely right. A lot of times when you're hit with something really bad, you can't always avoid it, but the other part of me still has those moments where there's so much I could have done to improve. Maybe I could have stopped Fang or talked Trish down, but all I can't always know. But I still feel doubt. Like, even if I can't always know what'll happen, it still hurts to know what maybe I could have done something better. The storm of thought makes me feel a tug-of-war battle inside of me, between my guilt and acceptance. But none of this is your fault. I try to replace the sadness with my faith and assurance. Not for 1 second. Reed's eyes slowly lower to the ground, and the trail of tears from his eyes continues to fall as he grieves over the death of his best friend. I'm sorry, man. We sit there in silence for a couple of minutes before I'm hit with the realization. Stella's still not back, and I'm getting a little worried. We should probably leave anyway. We've done everything possible and offer our condolences to Trish's family. Not that it'll ever heal the pain they've been dealt. I'm reminded of the grim fact as I look across the room and see the matriarch of the Freeman family sobbing into the table as her children surround her, while mirroring her sorrow. We should probably give them some space to grieve. They've been through enough. I get up from the bench, helping Reed on his feet as we enter the hallway. I walk towards the hallway. He walks slowly to make sure he can keep up on those crutches. I know how difficult it can be to follow someone and not follow behind while using those fucking things. As we move through the corridor, Reed asked me a question that could be deciphered as a request for a ride back to his apartment. Thankfully, both Stella and I were dropped off by Rosa, but I'm sure she would be more than willing to help him get home. Rosa. Thankfully, she was unarmed, but I'm very worried about her. Even if it weren't physical, she suffered some terrible wounds that day. The automatic glass doors open before Reed and I are greeted by a view of an orange-kissed evening sky shimmering over rows of cars in the parking lot. I can spot Stella as she leans against the cemented pillar a couple feet away from me. The look in her iris seems calmer before, despite the black lines that have struggled the left streaks down her face, but her sadness remains visible. Stella! I call out to her. Her eyes light up as she sees me approaching. Are you holding up okay? Yeah. Stella pushes herself away from the pillar and begins walking towards me. I'm alright. After closing the distance between us, we embrace, our heads resting against each other. Filling my body with Stella's warmth, we stay in our embrace for a good moment until Stella decides to pull away. Making eye contact with me and a hint of guilt. Stella softly whispers to me before looking past me. I knew it was bad, but I had no idea just how much Reed has really been suffering. The sadness in her gentle voice hurts my soul. Yet her sympathy and kindness for others touched me on the same level. She was too pure to have to go through this. Too good to be stuck with someone like me. I know, Stella. I coo as I pull her tight and wrap my arms around her stomach. I can feel it move back in my hands as she takes a deep breath to calm herself. And there's Mo's arm. And all those people, her family, how sad they... Mistego's lips begin to quiver before she can finish that sentence, the last subject being particularly upsetting. It was too much. I'm sorry. I move my right hand away from her waist as it bring it up to gently caress her cheek. It's okay, Starlight. You don't got nothing to apologize for or anything. The distress in her face begins to fade as I try to comfort my beloved. I know you said funerals are still really hard for you to deal with. You have every right to feel the way you do. All those things building up for her, especially seeing Mo and Reed's terrible states, as well as Trisha's family grieving over her loss. I can only imagine how gut-wrenching that is for her, considering it may very well be something she also saw at Sage's funeral. I open my mouth to realize to say something like, I'm here if you want to talk about it, but knowing how hard she's been trying to get me to spill everything, I realize I'd only sound like nothing more than a hypocrite. Even when I feel like there's nothing else I can do, I don't want to know just how far I've fallen, how fucked my mind's been with everything happening. She deserves to be spared my pain. It's gonna be okay, Starlight. I promise. A sad smile forms on her lips. I don't know whether it's from my reassurance or how I just used her pet name, but she seems a little better. Thank you, Anon. Stego's voice sweetly whispered to me. I love you. I love you too. We stay in each other's embrace for a few moments before I bring Reed over, asking Stella if he could get a ride back to his place from Rosa. She agreed and shared my belief that Rosa would be willing to drive him. We both know the kind of person Rosa is. Not long after, we see a worn silver SUV pull into the parking lot. Speak of the devil. I should never let her hear me use that phrase when I'm referring to her. Rosa seems to spot us rather quickly as her car begins to head in our direction, slowing down as it prepares to line against the side of the building's entrance. As she approaches us, a wave of sadness washes over me as the driver's window rolls down, and I'm reminded of how Rosa's been handling all this lately. She carries a look of exhaustion across her face, bags under her eyes, her luscious, flowing brunette hair now disheveled and uncombed, and yet a simple, weathered orange hoodie replacing her signature black floral dress. The passion and energy she often carries with her is nowhere to be found. It pains me to see Rosa hurt like this. She looks like she hasn't had a good night's sleep in days. Hola, are you two going to go home? Rosa's voice carries a depressed inflection as she asks Stella and me. Yeah, we are. Thanks, Rosa. I address her before nodding to our raptor companion, although I just wanted to. Did you need a ride home, Reed? Well, never mind then. Reed lazily flashes Rosa a thumbs up as his arm rests on his crutch. Hell yeah, amigo. That'd be dope. The return of positivity in Reed's voice does nothing to brighten the despondent Anklo's mood, only replying to him with a subtle nod. Thanks, Rosa. We really appreciate it. Stella chimes in, gently taking notice of her friend's dull mood. No hay problema. I'm sorry, Rosa. You don't deserve to go through this. She dryly grunts towards me in my not-so-inner thought as she looks away. She looks my way. Let's just go home. I just want this day to be over. 2 months later. None of this matters. That's what I've been trying to tell myself. None of this matters. The hallucinations, the constant nightmares, all the guilt and fear, it doesn't matter in the end. What matters is making sure Stella is safe and happy. Even if it means keeping my feelings locked away. We got quite a bit to go still, Jesus. You've already been through your fair share of suffering fuck-ups. Now isn't the time to be walling away in self-pity like a fucking loser. Rita's been stuck in rehab for the past 2 months after Rosa drove him home after the funeral and truly found out about his cafe addiction. Or better yet, how Rosa had to go to the fucking psych ward not long after because everything happened to her caused her to have a fucking breakdown. Jesus Christ, Anon, get a hold of yourself. So what if you have nightmares that force you to relive some of the horrific day constantly? So what if Trish ended up killing Rosa and Stella right before your eyes, taunting you as you're powerless to save them, just like you were with Fang? Or when the script is flipped and it's you who has to the gun, and you want nothing more than to throw it away as far as you can, putting it into the bloodstained legacy. Well, all you can do is watch as your body goes against your every desire, the girl begging for mercy as your lips form a sick smile, even when all you want is to scream for it to stop. Your finger acting on its own accord as it tugs the trigger of the pistol and paints a step of Volcano High with Trish's brains. The particular dream is arguably worse than one of the two, making me feel like a puppet whose strings are pulled by my own fucked up imagination. Despite how many days it's passed, there hasn't been a day that's gone by where that hasn't a day in my head. Trish may have tried to kill Stella and me. After all, she wanted nothing more than to see me dead. I tried to stand against her, remembering the type of person she was. Part of me is constantly asking why the hell I care about Trish offering herself. She almost killed Stella and took away one of the only good things left in my clusterfuck for life. But another part remembers that, in the end, Trish was still a person too. At the end of the day, everyone's fighting their own battles. Those words ring in my head as fresh as the night as he first uttered them to me. But sad truth is, not everyone wins those battles. I don't remember what Trish's life was underneath the surface. I didn't even bother to try seeing it before it all went down. But just now, I can't help but imagine she must have been dealing with her own type of hell. Maybe even before the shooting happened even. What caused her to be so angry at the world or to treat me with hostility and resentment from the moment she met me? I know she was in love with Fang at first, but was there more to that? Was there more to it than that? You can never really understand what's going on in another person's head, or how that much pain might be going through behind closed doors, but I can't help but drive myself crazy just by trying to understand Trish's struggles. A constant stream of self-hatred, fear, and obsession over questions I'll never be able to answer finds myself to make it hard for me to see what's in front of me, both figuratively and literally. In front of me stands a large monitor with Adobe Edition displayed across the screen. The screen's brightness, paired with the basement's darkness, nearly blinds me. Various files are scattered across the timeline. My audio collection reached out about 2 minutes and 20 seconds. I start reminding me of what I was supposed to be doing before I lost my thoughts. This has been happening way too much. About a month ago, I asked Monty if I could use his audio setup when he wasn't using it. I was almost certain he'd say no, since his livelihood depends a great deal on it. And he wasn't about to let some mentally ill loser fuck around with his equipment, but I was wrong. Not only did he permit me, but he even encouraged it. I guess he remembers saying that I wanted to get back into sound work. Wait, what about the settings? The controls on your interface look pretty complex. Are you sure you're okay with me screwing around with that? Don't worry about it, my boy. I've been doing this since you were in diapers. I think I remember my settings after all these years. The last conversation I had with the play in my mind. Besides, I have them all written down, just in case. Even if I've been doing this work for him, I still don't see what he sees in me when it comes to trusting with his equipment. I don't intend to mess up his stuff. He's always been kind to me. Don't want to betray his trust, but still, it feels like, at the same time, because I didn't tell him exactly why I've been wanting to experiment with sound design programs, especially since I'm trying to recreate a song written by a woman that almost murdered his daughter. Fang's aria, the essence of her soul, encapsulated within her guitar's melody. been in my head since I heard it that dream a few nights before the botanical showcase back at my old high school. Amid all the fucked up nightmares that cloud my subconscious, the tenderness of that moment spent with Fang under the moonlight shined through. Even if what Fang did was monstrous and the history of vilifiers won, there was still so much good in her. She deserves to have that part of her legacy preserved, the legacy of who she truly was. But why? I'm right there to finish it, but why can't I do it? I spent nights staring at the screen, watching the minutes of the clock pass as a hurricane of shitty thoughts swirl around my mind to the point where it detaches me from reality. I'm at the cusp of finishing this, yet I can't pull myself together. Are you sure you didn't mess around with the cables this time? It seems to be a habit with you. The phantom voice pulls me back to the present, filling me with a barrage of feelings before I try to compose myself. No, Fang, I didn't this time. I crumpled her remark, her eyes still pointing at the desk. Sorry. Probably wasn't the best thing to open with. Swiveling the desk chair, I turn around to see none other than Fang standing before me. A slight hint of remorse apparent on her face from the ill-timed joke she cracked. Tarot ghost sighs. I look at her face softening. Listen, dweeb. I'm gonna say it bluntly. I'm worried about you. You don't need to be, Fang. I reply, my voice dripping with exhaustion. No one's coming after us anymore. We're safe. That's not why I'm worried. Then why else would you be worried? I fire back, growing more annoyed. Trish is dead. Your dad's in prison for trying to get Stella and I killed. Who else do I need to worry about? Hostility from my response causes Fang to grow a bit apprehensive, taking a step back as her face cringes slightly. Fuck, what is wrong with me? I shouldn't have talked to her like that, even if she is just a memory. We're worried about you. More specifically, how you've been treating yourself. A new voice grabs my attention as my eyes dart towards the bottom of the stairs as say Nazer standing there with a concerned look in his eyes, contrasting his early statistic personality with his later depressed state. I'm taken aback, but I don't have any more time for this. I have to get this done. Do you not understand that? I empathize to Nazer's as my voice becomes more annoyed. Besides, I'm treating myself fine. I'm still. Anon, please. I think we all know that's bullshit. A gentle yet sickeningly sweet voice speaks from behind me. When's the last time you had a good night's sleep? I turn around to see none other than Naomi, sitting in the chair next to Fang as she leans against the desk. She's sharing the sympathetic aura that Fang has as she looks up at me, even as it seems genuine too. But why would she, though? Even if she is just a hallucination. Naomi would never swear in the presence of others. I barely believe that she said fuck during the night of prom when she was chewing me out in the kitchen at Fang's house. Still, I haven't seen Naomi recently as much as I have Fang and Nacer. Feels weird to see her with any emotion other than that plastic people-pleasing facade she had when she was alive, or the pure sadism she's haunted me with as a ghost. You don't have to push yourself so hard. She leans forward as her lips bend into a frown. You've been through that much these last couple months. So what? I snap before letting out a bitter sigh. Many people have been through far worse than I have. I turn away from the two sitting at the desk as I face the stairway, once again being greeted with the sight of Fang's brother watching me in sadness. Besides, it's not like I don't deserve it. Silence hangs in the air as the words leave my mouth. I blankly stare at the apparition as my exhaustion grows more and more obvious. It is as if a mixture of self-hatred and obsession is wearing me down, the former feeling like an anchor tied to me as I try to work towards the latter. Besides, I do have to do this. I direct my words towards Fang as I turn around and look her in the eye. But why? The tarot phantom asks sadly. To atone for what I did to you. And I struggle to continue my train of thought as an emotion overwhelms me. To keep your memory alive. To my slight surprise, the answer causes Fang's amber eyes to light up. That song you played for me on the rooftop never left my mind. I explain to her as she listens with curiosity. You've put in so much of yourself into it, and I shouldn't have to die with you. Anon, Fang whispers as she begins to walk towards me. You don't have to torture yourself like that to make this happen. Maybe, but maybe I want to torture myself. As she stands inches from me, she reaches out and takes hold of my hand. I've never felt the touch of her palm touching me. I only see her hover over my hand. There's so much good inside of you, Anon. You're kind, thoughtful, noble, and strong. A sad smile forms on her lips. I just wish you could see yourself the way we all see you. I should feel a sense of peace, knowing that they don't hate me. But what if they're right from before? What if they're all dead because of me? If I had never come to Volcadera, Fang, Nacer, Naomi would still be alive. And Stella and Rosa wouldn't have been as emotionally scarred as they were. Maybe Reed wouldn't have destroyed his mind with drugs. Maybe Trish wouldn't have killed herself and tried to kill Stella. I'm sorry, everyone. I weakly choke out. My eyes growing heavier as I begin to feel tears well up inside me. I need to get away from them. I can't do this right now. I turn away from Fang, struggling to keep myself composed as I'm on the verge of a breakdown. Without another word, I make it towards the stairways. Nacer stepping out in the way to let me pass, but not before I catch a glimpse of the sympathetic sadness in his eyes. Same feeling Stella showed me the past 3 months. Walking up the stairs, I hear no voice, no call for me to stay down and talk about my feelings, just the sound of the floorboard creaking against my feet. I feel like I've been falling apart. I thought maybe things could go better for me, but who the fuck am I kidding? This is everything I deserve. I'm a piece of shit. I've done nothing but bring suffering to the lives of those around me. They'd be far better off if I weren't here. As I emerged from the basement, I met with the complete darkness of the Baudelaire household. The only lights emerged from the entrance behind me, paired with the night sky shining through the windows by the front door. I've lost all sense of time. I don't even know how late or how early it is. Not that it matters. I just need to step out away from it a second and take my mind off things. Maybe some coffee will help. I've drunk so much caffeine over the past year to the point I've developed some form of immunity towards it, but coffee is still one of the things that brings me a sense of comfort in this fucked up, messy situation. Also, it doesn't hurt that I can't get enough of Stella and her family's coffee. Their espresso machine might as well be a 5-star cafe compared to the boiled dirt I lived on in my old place. I retrieve a cell phone from my pocket and turn on the flashlight as I function as I walk towards the kitchen as quietly as possible, not wanting to trip over a shoe or one of Ghibli's toys. I'm just glad I'm not a cripple anymore. Otherwise, trying to navigate this in the dark would be a fucking nightmare. My mission, making the long and arduous journey back from the basement, turns out to be a success as I enter the kitchen. My eyes locked on the coffee machine, resting on the counter by the fridge. What I need right now is walking over to the espresso machine. I read a box that says Dunkin' Donuts Extra Bold. Take out a pod and place it in the slot above. Still can't get over how cool it is to make coffee just by putting a pod into the coffee maker like a coin in a vending machine. As mundane as it sounds, the only other coffee makers I've had experience with in the past was one of the shitty old ones with the pot that my former parents used, as well as instant coffee. But this is a gift from the heavens. I press the button on the top and the power of the machine before walking into the cabinet to the left to grab a mug. But before I make it all the way, I stop in my tracks, the sound of rhythmic pattering against the hardwood floor. I turn towards the sound to be greeted with the sight of Ghibli emerges from the door, looking at me inquisitively with soulful eyes perked up in my ears. Hey, girl. Hope it didn't wake you. A smile forms my lips as I kneel to the ground to meet the fluffy canine. How are you doing? The calm Samoyed continues her stride towards me until her head nudges against my chest. Her own unique way of hugging people. God, she's just so fucking cute. I start stroking the dog's soft white fur as I feel her weight pushing against me, scratching her back and rubbing her ears. I hope this is a good enough apology for waking her up. Eventually, she breaks away as she steps back to look at me. Her dark brown eyes pierce my soul as she scans my face. She seems almost worried. Whoa! She somberly vocalizes before walking back towards the hallway. I continue to sit on the ground for a brief moment, confused about the encounter. What? Yeah, never mind. Dogs will be dogs. Not worth paying much mind to. I lift myself off the floor and grab a blue ceramic mug from the cabinet, place it into the coffee machine as I press the brew button. Finally, sweet, invigorating coffee. Caffeine. Amid the hot, wet sound of the coffee falling to the mug, keep an ear out for other noises in the house, hoping Ghibli wasn't the only one I woke up, especially hoping I didn't wake Stella up. Last thing I need right now is for her to worry about me even more. She's already seen hell. I don't want to drag her back down with me. While she hasn't called out to me like she did at the school before Trish almost killed us, I can tell she's looking at me differently. She wasn't conscious when Trish tried to smear the steps with her brains, but she was still pretty shaken up about it. Not as much as I imagined it would have. She was heartbroken to hear how it affected Rose and how she ended up, and terrified that she'd end up like Sage. And she knows how much it's been fucking with me, all of it. My parents tossed me away, getting evicted, all the death. I don't know how much more of this I can take. I'm fucking terrified of the possibility of things getting worse. And Stella knows it too. But I need to stay strong for her. I can't let her see underneath the surface. Of course you can't. Just hide away all your problems like you always do. I'm struck with a brief moment of shock the second I hear the voice. The shock fades into remorse, the vitriolic venom dripping from it, her voice, the aggressive tone. I was wondering when she was going to show up to haunt me. I look behind me and see none other than Trish leaning against the counter by the door, leering at me. She looks exactly as she did when she was alive. Yellow hoodie, track pants, red boots, same curly purple hair and purple scales, but yet there's something different about her. Of course there's something different about her. You're fucking hallucinating again, Anon. Some fucking boyfriend you are. The Triceratops spits out with disdain. You really think that by helping Stella by keeping her in the dark like this? Pfft, give me a break. Her words anger a part of me. Fuck you, Trish. You're the last person who should be lecturing me over helping others, especially with how you helped Fang with her struggles. And yet, part of me agrees with her words. I shouldn't be pushing Stella away. I should be honest with her, but how I feel and how much it's been messing with my head. These feelings of constant remorse and self-hatred are eating me out from the inside, making it feel like everything's closing in on me. Do you have a better idea? My simple response to Trish, being as both genuine and sarcastic, enlighten me. I'm all ears. Trish huffs and puffs. She pushed herself off the counter. I'm not going to tell you the answer you already know. You're stupid, but not that stupid. That's probably the only compliment I've ever heard from Trish, real or hallucination. You know what you have to do, Skinny? She says curtly, but with less aggression. I know, deep down, I know. What if it still goes wrong? I know. And I look at the ground as I sigh with defeat and uncertainty. But I don't know if I can. Do you want to lose Stella too? Those words sting, especially when it's coming from the mouth of a girl who nearly killed her. A couple of seconds of silence go by, and I look up from the ground as the look on her face is now less hostile than before. She obviously doesn't look friendly, but she seems more somber now. Of course I don't. That's what I'm trying to stay strong for. I answer with faux sense of determination. A scoff escapes from the apparition's mouth as Trish pinches the bridge of her snout in annoyance. You think lying to her is you being strong? You're a dumbass if you think that's going to help her in any way. I know this isn't the real Trish, otherwise her words would have done nothing more than piss me off. But still, there's truth to what she's saying. I know I'm not doing Stella justice by holding it all in, but I don't know what else to do. It's a miracle she's even stayed with me as long as I did. After learning I became an Adderall-addicted insomniac loser living on borrowed money and borrowed time as she spends all her days imagining ghosts. Or as he spends his days imagining ghosts. I'm terrified if I just rock the boat further, it'll sink. And it'll sink if you continue this bullshit. Trish raises her voice at me and steps towards me, reminding me that my thoughts aren't exactly private. What am I? I catch myself, remember I have to keep my voice down. What else am I supposed to do? I have to keep it in for her. Give me a break. Trish scornfully dismisses my words. You're not doing it to help, or you're doing this to help yourself. I stand there in stunned silence. The passage of time feels like eternity. A million thoughts course through my head, conflicting with one another. Go to hell. You of all people have no right to say that to me. You're right. I'm just a coward. You mean like how you tried to use helping Fang as an excuse to justify your need to control everything? Am I this fucked? Do I need to let things fall apart again? The torrents of thought feel like they're sapping every ounce of energy and mental fortitude I have left, and I only have enough energy to say one thing. I know. She's right. I know she's right. The antagonism on her face fades away as the subtle degree of surprise appears. I don't know exactly why I feel I need to hide what I'm going through from Stella. I sigh as I turn away briefly, staring blankly at the cabinets before me as I become lost in thought. I think maybe I'm scared, but I'm still not used to the prospect of having somebody care as much about me as she does. I turn back to see Stella listening to me intently I turn back to see Trish listening to me intently as the surprise on her face is glued there. I still don't know how anyone could help love me, especially after everything that's happened. The heavy feeling returns as I try to prevent my dam from breaking. Mom and Dad barely loved me, and even then, that was only conditional. My voice carries a hint of bitterness as I mentioned my former parents. Still a sore subject for me. Despite everything I was, Fang still loved me. She went out of her way to ensure I survived that day. Take a deep breath in an attempt to compose myself. And I'm terrified that if I fuck up the same way I did with Fang, I'll lose Stella too. The Revenant takes my words into consideration for a brief moment before sternly and sympathetically looking at me. You can't keep running away from your problems like this, Anon. The more people you push away, the more they'll get hurt. Her head falls to the ground as the shameful expression appears on her face. You don't want to be like me. Be like you? Wait, what do you... You saw how bad I made things with everyone. Remorse grips the Triceratops' voice like a vice. Please, don't make the same mistakes I did. I still don't know too well what Trish's life is like for the most part. I never did get to know the girl underneath the surface. Never known if there was more to her besides that angry, hateful brute who wouldn't be dead. But there was, without a doubt, more to her, and as misguided as she was, she truly loved Fang. And underneath all her flaws, she was capable of great things. I don't know how awful the cards she was dealt in life were, but it saddens me to further knowing that in her short 19 years of life she'd gone through with such a harrowing end. Her words managed to reach me, but still, lingering yet unbreakable fear of losing Stella. Let me try that again. Her words managed to reach me, but still, the lingering yet unbreakable fear of losing Stella remains the girl I love more than life itself. The storm begins to brew once more as all the negative possibilities assault my mind. Like my own fears brainwashed me into silence. I don't know what to do. I close my eyes as I'm filled with guilt. I'm sorry. I turn away from her as I go get my coffee from the espresso machine. My palms gripping the now lukewarm cup as I move towards the hallway entrance. Trish has a disappointed look on the face of hers. You can't keep doing this, she somberly whispers. I know, but I don't see another way. I'm gonna take a potty break real quick. I'll be back. Alright, we're back. Sorry. I very much apologize. I had to take a second. It's finally done. After many restless nights of working away to make sure to recreate Fang's ballad, I finally finished it. Having enough caffeine in my veins to kill a squirrel certainly helped. It was about 7 in the morning when I finished rendering it. Desperate not to lose my work, I made multiple backups of the song. One for my USB thumbstick and 2 other for 2 different cloud services. I'm not losing Fang's real epithet. I still don't know exactly what I'll do with the song. Haven't given much thought other than simply finishing it. I guess I could show Monty what I've come up with. I imagine he'd like to see what guy who's been using his equipment for his months. I'd imagine he'd like to see what the guy who's been using his equipment for a month made. But I still don't know if it's a good idea. Hey Monty, you know that song I've been working on? Oh yeah, it's done now. What's it about? Oh, I remade my dead ex-girlfriend's song. You know, the one who pointed a gun at Still's face? I can't exactly see that conversation going well with him. I also don't know if I'll upload it to Rhythm Cloud, where I used to upload other songs I made. It's not truly my song, and to take credit for it would feel weird and wrong. But I know that I managed to get the song done, period, regardless of anything else. It brings a sense of relief to my troubled mind. This is another step towards my endless mission to atone for how I made Fang feel and honor her memory in a way that's true to who she was, or rather, who she truly wanted to be. And while our hopes and dreams may have died with her, tainted by the blood she spilled before leaving this world, I hope that this part of Fang can live on, free from those sins. I don't know if it'll give me a sense of closure. I don't know if anything I will, if I'm being honest. But at the very least, I can show what I wanted to honor her memory. Now that I got nothing more to distract myself with, I can't help but find myself glued to the desk as more depressing feeling inside me aren't as overshadowed anymore. While part of me feels glad that I've been able to see this task through to the end, the self-hatred and sadness that's plagued me for the past few months lurks behind. How I've been handling things with Stella has particularly troubled me, especially after Trish visited me in the kitchen. You can't keep running away from your problems like this. The more you push people away, the more they'll get hurt. Her words echo in my mind. They're so painfully accurate. But still, I don't want Stella to see me like this. Ah, Nun! Are you still down there, my boy? A gentle yet masculine voice calls from upstairs. Is Monty awake already on a Saturday? Shit, I guess I am gonna have to show him after all. The footsteps fill the air as I turn away from the desk to see Monty descending the stairs, approaching me with a curious yet tired look in his eyes. Mon Dieu, your eyes! The Stego's eyes light up with worry as he looks closer at me. Did you stay up the entire night working on your project? It kinda hurts to see right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if my eyes had massive bags under them or were bloodshot to hell. Yeah, I weakly answer. But on the bright side, I finally managed to finish it. Though the worry on his face fades into intrigue, as curious to hear about the update on my progress. Oui, that's incredible, Anon. He beams with excitement as a smile forms on his lips. May I see it? Shit, I knew he was gonna ask to see it. I mean, it is his studio I'm using after all, so it'd only be fair that he gets to see what I made. Don't exactly what I'm thinking. I'm using his equipment to make sound effects for a tentacle porn game or whatever. Anon? Stop dozing off, you dumbass. Yeah, of course. I snap myself back to reality as I nod my head. Sorry, just tired is all. Bien entendido. I should imagine so. You stayed up the whole night. I load up the file on the desktop and get up from the desk and move aside as Monty takes a seat at the desk chair in front of the row of the monitors. Making sure that desktop's audio is playing from the speakers that we can both figure out if I did good or if I suck. I move his hand to press the keyboard spacebar and the song begins to play. Or he moves his hand to press the keyboard spacebar and the song begins to play. A slow yet soft rhythm fades in, beginning the melody with a gentle cadence before it builds up, morph into something more powerful. 10 seconds into the song, Monty already starts not approvingly. I've been trying to get a grip on music and sound for so long, I don't really remember how to play the guitar. And from what I did play, it was very minuscule. But I did my best to replicate the sounds using my knowledge I got from those sound creation programs and memories I had of the song, both from dreams and reality. After I left Fang's house that evening, I got more invested in playing around with it. And even after stopping for a while, my work with Monty has inspired me to pick it up again. I feel this way I'm able to atone for Fang. Atone to Fang. As the song progresses, as the melody grows a mixture of melancholy and harmony, I see the emotions on Monty's face slowly change from simply being intrigued to being emotionally compelled. He places a hand over his mouth to see his eyes widen behind the glasses, completely engrossed in the song, but it catches as it reaches crescendo, transforming it into a weighted rock piece. The instruments may completely be artificial, but I still did everything possible to ensure the emotion was still present. It's a beautiful piece of dissonant serenity. Fang's instrumental aria had the essence of who she truly was, not who she became in the end. Your work and passions don't have to die for it with you, Fang. As the song concludes, I hear Monty quietly mumbling in amazement. Wait, does he actually like it? The icon of the media player program pops back on the screen, symbolizing that the song is over. Monty sits there in silence, taking a couple seconds as he begins to process everything, wrecking his brain on what to say next. Please don't ask where I came up with the song. Anon, this is incredible! Monty's voice interrupts my thoughts as he stares at the monitor. I sensed you had a hidden talent, but this is something else. The Stego turned to me with a proud smile on his face. And you managed to make all this on Audition, too? Not exactly. I made the instruments on GarageBand and poured them over the Audition to mix them more effectively. I calmly smile as I rub my neck. Still, you did a wonderful job, my boy. Monty's voice beamed with approval. If you don't mind me asking, though... Oh, shit. How did you come up with an idea for the song? Fuck, I knew this was coming. His question caused my heart to beat faster as he awaits my answer. Honesty is the best policy, but is it really a smart idea to tell him? Maybe I don't have to give him the exact specifics. It was actually a song a friend of mine made at Volcano High. I tried to mask my growing nervousness before offering a but vague explanation. Unfortunately, they died in the shooting, so I wanted to realize their work best I could. Stego looks at me with sympathy, knowing full well it's hard to talk about the loss of a friend. Ah, je suis désolé. It was one of the songs made by a Fang, oui? What? Oh fuck, how does he know? No, don't worry, Anon. His eyes wide as he waves his hand in front of me. I'm not upset with you, not at all. He must have seen me begin to freak out, but still, how the hell did he know? Did Stella? Oui, Stella told me that you and Fang used to be together before it all happened. Monty nods with an understanding look in his eyes. Of course, I'm not a dumbass not realizing that. It does make sense Stella would tell her parents more about the boy she was seeing. She is pretty close with him after all. I'm still not used to the concept of having a good relationship with your parents. But still, Monty doesn't seem pissed off with me. Why, though? How long have you known? I asked him, looking up at him with confusion. I've known since the night I dropped you back home at your old apartment. Stella told me that you and Fang used to be together. Monty removes his glasses and holds them in his right hand. But please, I do not hold it against you for what she said. I interject for more clarification of my thoughts. But you're okay with me trying to recreate a song she originally made, despite everything she did? My question elicits a sigh from the Limestegosaurus. It is complicated. I wait a moment as I watch him try to gather his thoughts. The mixture of confliction and introspection tell me that he has a bit to say. When I heard about what happened at Volcano High, hearing about all those children who lost their lives, how my daughter was almost murdered, I was horrified. Monty's explained as a somber look grew across his face, his voice becoming emotional as he was forced to relive a painful memory. Every parent's worst fear is losing their child, and that fear almost became a reality that day. A nightmare that should have never come true for any parent. The very same nightmare that Ripley and his wife found themselves in. And I was angry at the girl who killed all of those children. What kind of monster would do what she did? I asked myself that for a while. The Stego looks down at the floor, his voice grown softer. Angela and I were both rattled about what happened and what it did to our daughter. But I know it's not healthy to hold in that kind of anger. Monty sighed as his gaze met mine, a defeated look on his face. But now, I can only feel sad. What drove her to do such a thing? What kind of cruelty did she have to endure before redirecting it on others? All the jeers, the ostracization, the torment and manipulation, Fang's horrible night at prom. I'd say Monty hit the nail on the head there. I'm surprised to see the type of response from Monty. It would be so easy to hate Monty for shooting up the school, or to hate Fang for shooting up the school. As much as it pains me to admit it, she would be right to do so. But even after everything, I attempt to force the words from my mouth. When I trip over all the possible things I could say. But I trust you, Anon. I really do. A slight smile appears across his lips. You are a good man. And if you see that there was good in Fang before it all happened, I trust you. However, the smile fades away from his face and becomes more serious. It is good that you are trying to preserve the good part of her legacy, but you must also let it go. He rises from the chair, and as he places a hand on my shoulder, if you do not move on, it will only make things harder with you and Stella. I know. A wave of shame fills my body as Monty's words sink in. I must do this for Fang, to keep that part of her alive, but I hate myself for not just moving on and focus on the present. Stella deserves better than I. But regardless of that, you have done an incredible job, Anon. A warm smile returns to Monty's face, briefly pulling me away from the turmoil until I begin to feel. This reminded me, I wanted to ask you something. Yeah? I calmly answer. His question piqued my interest. Have you still considered going to university or college in the future? I remember you said you were open to the idea in the future. That's a good question. I don't even consider college as a possibility again when Stella brought it up during one of our dates. It also got me to think about the possibility of going to school again. As stressful as it was trying to put together that song from pure memory, I enjoyed creating, playing around, and experimenting with different sounds to create something new. But this is what it means to be a musician. Because I'm sit here is that I'm talentless when it comes to playing any actual instruments, not counting Rock Band. I've been thinking about it a bit, yeah. Oh, c'est magnifique! There is a wide array of wonder schools that offer sound production, such as Volcadera Polytechnical Institute, or perhaps the University of Pangaea. As Monty begins to fill me in about what the schools that offer programs for what I want to study, a new feeling begins to settle in. Doubt. Although it would be good to go back, I'm still wondering if I can handle such a thing, considering everything that's happened thus far. I mean, I'm still trying to figure out everything in terms of what exactly I want to do. I answered truthfully, watching his smile fade away a little bit, but I mean... Papa, non moment? Monty and I turn our heads towards the staircase where Stella's voice called out, cutting me off. Just the person I wanted to see next! Monty looks at me with a smirk before turning back. Pass moment, Stella. S'il vous plaît. Descendants. Descendez. Monty calls back to his daughter in his native tongue. His words follow the rhythm of footsteps. As Stella enters the basement, still in her pajamas, as a tired look is glued across her face. Between the two of us, Stella's eyes meet mine first. Hey, Anon, did you sleep okay? She asked me with a smile, with a hint of worry in her voice. I didn't go to sleep. I answered truthfully as Stella's face grows concerned. I was up all night working on the song. Her tired face lit up with surprising concerns. I reveal my self-induced sleep deprivation. She read her voice to speak, but glanced at her father reminds her to tone down the emotion in her words. Again? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. I managed to finally finish it, and your dad seems to like it a lot too. Oh, that's good to hear. Despite her praise, her voice still sounds quite somber, implying that she's more worried than she is impressed. The look of dejection and concern in her eyes leaves me feeling guilty. How about you? Did you sleep okay? I ask her in an attempt to take the focus off myself. Yeah, I did. Her voice borders on whispering, still clearly bothered by the lack of sleep. I stayed up a little bit working on a new art piece, though. Shit, she was awake when I had that argument with myself in the kitchen. Nah, she must have been in her room. My thoughts race about Stella. The worried look in her eyes still lingers. Please don't worry about me, Starlight. It'll be okay. So, Monty clears his throat, grabbing the attention of Stella and I. As I look in his direction, I'm able to briefly catch the sympathetic look on his face before it's hidden away. His silent way of reminding me of what he told me. If you don't move on, it will only make things harder for you and Stella. I just gotta finish making things right with her, then I can finally put this behind me. Now that you're both here, let us talk about potential options for school. Can't even see the fucking school. One day later, not much further, I'm almost there after walking about half an hour underneath the dark gray sky. I would have thought that the walks with Ghibli made me used to this shit, not mention how I used to get to school. I shift away from my thoughts from my aching legs as my mind wanders back to yesterday, remembering the conversation I had with Monty. Monty's been looking around the universities and colleges offering programs that interest Stella and me. Her father suggested her original option of applying to University of Pangaea for their art and animation programs. Thankfully, the same school also has one of the better sound production design programs. If Stella and I can land there, that would be awesome. Stella and I definitely see getting in there easy, especially considering how damn talented an artist she is, along with the whole Asperger's card up her sleeve, which I feel like a massive douchebag for even thinking about. What I still don't know is how I'm going to get into any of these schools. My grades in senior year were complete ass, and pretty much none of the schools I applied to accepted me, so I don't know what kind of black magic Monty has planned to get me in, but I hope whatever he can do works. Some part of me is still dumbfounded that Monty's going so far of his way to help someone like me. I'm not his son. I certainly don't deserve the kindness he's shown me, especially with how much I've been making his daughter worry about me lately. But it's okay. I promise it'll be over soon, Starlight. The view of the cemetery becomes clear, seeing the rows of tombstones across the grassy fields. The stars in the dark sky shines grimly on the world below, yet there's no rain. At least not yet. It took me 30 minutes to get over here on foot, and I'll be kind of pissed if I have to walk another 30 minutes before back home in the pouring rain. In the end, it doesn't matter. This has been long overdue. No amount of rain will stop me. I shift the duffel bag on my back and move to the side as I prepare to enter the cemetery. My footsteps grow heavy as I pass through the gates. I haven't been here since their funeral. I'm filled with grief and shame in my eyes, reacquaint myself with the surroundings. I feel like I sully their peace simply by being here, but I'm hoping what I've been trying to do can serve some sort of penance for Fang. Scan the graveyard. The search isn't long as I find 3 tombstones resting along the middle. Makes sense that they buried their mother next to their children. It's only right. However, in the middle tombstone an object surrounded by wilted flowers catches my eye in a strange way, walking closer to the grave. I can make out what it is until I can't make out what it is until I finally stand behind it. A red Stratocaster bass guitar? My eyes linger on the instrument below me. Surprised to see it here of all places. Isn't it the same one that Trish used when they played together? What the hell is that even doing here? Maybe it was her way of paying respects to her. I wrap my brain around all the possible reasons that Trish's guitar is suddenly resting in front of Fang's grave. I notice a piece of paper wedged in between the strings. Did she leave a note? I pick up the note, feeling the worn-out guitar as I rub a piece of paper and fold it and look at the words written. Dear Fang, each passing day has become more bleak and life grows more miserable without you. I'm sorry for all the pain you've been forced to deal with, and I hate myself for not being able to help you when you need it the most. I blame Anon for so much, but there's a big part of me that blames myself for what happened. I should have tried listening to what you had to say more often and consider it what you truly desired, not what I wanted you to desire. I hate myself for not realizing what joy you've brought to my life until you were gone. Now that life feels empty and joyless, I'm so fucking sorry. I can't change what I've done. I can't get over the person I am. I can't change the person I am, but if there's one thing that can't ever change, it's how much I love you, and I promise you that we'll be seeing each other again soon. Trish. Fuck! My hands tremble as I struggle to hold Trish's final note to Fang in my fingers, trying to keep my composure as the grim revelation becomes more apparent to me. I knew how much Trish loved Fang, only to have it ripped away from her by a monster in her eyes, and far too soon. How she'd been constant suffering the day her family's situation, watching Reed wither away, forcing herself into doing those horrible jobs for Mo. Not to mention all the pain and loneliness she must have felt during her life, during that time. And that's only the stuff I know about. I know what she's done to Stella and Fang. And it angers me even thinking about it, but I can't help but feel a sorrow for Trish. The hell she had to endure is not that much different from mine. However, she pushed away everything and everyone until she was all alone. What I almost did, what I'm worried I'm doing with everyone now. But I have to. It's the only way. I return the note within the guitar strings, not wishing to desecrate Trish's final gift to Fang. Anon? A soft voice calls out from behind me. A brief wave of surprise courses through me before it's eclipsed with shame. I didn't want her to see me do this. I turn around to see Stella, was 20 feet away from me with the same worried look glued on since she got released from the hospital. How did you find me? And how do you know I was going to come here? Stella looks to the ground, uncomfortable, struggling to look me in the eyes. You left Google Maps open on my dad's computer, and I figured you would be here when I didn't see you home. I'm taken aback by the reveal of my blunder, trying to figure out how to explain this to her, or if I can even get out of it. It's already a miracle that Monty doesn't hate my guts for making a song born from his daughter's would-be murderer. But now you have to push back your luck even further. And now you're here, caught red-handed at your ex's tombstone because some part of you still misses her. But I have to finish this. I owe her that much. She begins to walk gently towards me. Anon, are you okay? There's so many things that I could answer that question, but not one of them involves me saying I'm okay and actually meaning it. No, I'm the farthest thing from okay right now. Yeah, I'm okay. There's just something I have to take care of here. No, you're not. Please, you don't have to keep hiding yourself away. Lucille closes her eyes and stops about 5 feet from me, her breath shaking as she sighs. I need to be honest with you, Anon. I've been really worried about you for a while now. With everything that's been happening to us over the past few months, your parents, Trish, Reed. She lists a few examples before she pauses. Rosa. Seeing what Rosa's been going through has been especially hard on us. She stayed strong for us, even after everything life threw at her. She deserves much better, but that's why I have to stay strong for Stella. I can't let her see me suffer like everyone else has. It's been really hard. I know it's been hard for you, too. Stella closes the gap between us, grasps my hand uncharacteristically tightly. But you keep saying that you're fine, but I know you're not. I know, but I'm scared of... You know how I really am. You'll end up hating me for it. All I can do is sadly smile at Stella, using every moment of energy I have to break my facade, to maintain my facade. I'm fine, Stella, really. No, you're not, Anon. Her grip tightens around my hand tightens as the look on her face becomes more upset. You can't keep bottling up everything. It's hurting you. Her voice breaks as she looks at me with pleading eyes. The sight of tears glistening down her sapphire blue eyes fills me with pain. The sensation feels like a dagger through my heart, but only to make things worse if I let slip what was truly happening, right? Am I doing the right thing here? As this doubt emerges from within, Stella desperately waits for my response, only to be silent. Please, say something. I'm sorry. I can't. My mouth feels dry as I struggle to answer. But why can't I? I'm trying to be her rock and stay strong for her, but she wants me to let her in. And yet I can't bring myself to let my guard down. Tears continue to roll down the green Stella's cheek as her voice answers. But why? I begin to feel tears welling up inside of me. I close my eyes to force them down, and it becomes more difficult to look at Stella's heartbroken eyes. I just want to help you. You were there during the hardest time of my life. She looks away as she continues to weep, her tears falling onto my hands. You made me feel like I mattered, like I was truly worthy of your love. My emotions inside become harder to contain, and still a sorrow begins to crack through the dam, threatening to break down the wall I've made to protect her, or to protect myself. But why am I protecting myself from her? I feel her right hand break away from our embrace. And now you're hurting too. I can see it in your eyes. No matter how hard you try to convince everyone that you're okay. I open my eyes and I feel her gently caress my cheek. I know you aren't. And you won't even let me be there for you. I'm scared. But why am I scared? She wants to be there for me, yet I can't find the strength to be vulnerable around her. Am I scared of falling back into the same person I was before I met her at that drugstore? Am I scared of her seeing the man I used to be? I love you, Anon, more than anything. As the words leave her mouth, I find myself frozen in place, unable to say anything, unable to do anything to see the pain in Stella's eyes. I'm hurting her. By continuing this facade, Trish was right. The more you push people away, the more they'll get hurt. Before I can say anything, Stella's hands break away as she moves close and wraps her arms around me, embracing me in the tightest hug she's ever given me. Just like that, the wall I built comes crashing down, and all comes flooding out. Tears begin to flow from my eyes as my body begins to shudder uncontrollably, unable to brace myself for what comes next. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. I wrap my arms around her and she begins to sob into her shoulder violently. Stella begins to cry with me as we hold each other tightly. The feelings of months of emotional and mental repression in equal parts is both relieving and excruciating. God, why? Why? Why am I so fucking broken? Why do I ruin everything I touch? Why did any of this have to happen? I begin to relive every painful memory I've experienced within the past year. The Volcano High massacre and suffering that it left on those around me. All the nightmares and ghosts haunted by my every living moment. All of it. In between my wailing, I'd repeatedly choke out, "I'm sorry," to Stella, like a broken record. And yet, she begins to hold me onto despite. She continues to hold on to me despite it all. You don't have anything to worry about, Anon. Not ever. Her quivering voice brushes against my ear. I love you so much, baby. I don't want you to ever have to suffer in silence. But I've done so much to hurt her. I don't want you to ever feel like as alone as I did. Not now, not ever. She chokes up before sobbing again. Stella. We stay there for 5 minutes crying in each other's arms. The despair and the grief that resurfaced after trying to put on a brave face for so long begins to wash away with a strange and sense of charity and relief. I feel like I'm at the lowest point in my life, and I was discharged from the hospital back in June, and yet the fear of what's to come next is gone. Even when I'm this broken, Stella's still here with me. Hasn't changed anything. She only wants to help me. Stella truly loves me. I love you so much, Starlight. My lips ever so slightly curve upwards as I begin to feel comfortable. And I love you, Moonlight. Moonlight. I move back a bit to see Stella looking at me, just musingly. Black streaks come down her eyes as a smile across her lips. Moonlight, huh? I quizzically look at her, her voice still scratchy despite the tears subsiding. Yeah, what do you think? I thought it would be a good counterpart to Starlight. Moonlight, hold on a second. Trying to erase further discomfort as I flash her a sarcastic look. Is this because of my shiny bald head? The smile on Stella's face evaporates and erupts into remorse. No, that's not what I meant at all. I just thought it was a cute name because, you know, you call me Starlight and everything. And I thought it'd be good opposites since we... Before she can explain further, I lean forward and plant my lips on the tip of her snoot, closing my eyes before we lock lips. A few more seconds pass and I break away. Her worry is gone as I look towards her with a sweet and reassuring smile. I love it. Moonlight is a great pet name. Aw, you really think so? A blush forms across her green cheeks as she mirrors my smile. I do. We stand here for a good minute, lost in each other's eyes before a light bulb goes off in her head, and she looks past me into the ground below. So did you come here to pay your respects to Fang? She asked me gently before I responded with a quiet yeah. I turn around to join her, eyes fixated on the red base before darting towards the tombstone that held Fang's epitaph. Here lies Lucy, 2001 to 2020. Heaven restores you in light. I expect her to look at Fang's tomb with fear, her mind flashing back to the moment she was staring at the end of the revolver, shaken over a near-death experience, but to my surprise, she carries a sad expression on her face. A part of me still doesn't know how to feel about everything. I know what she did, and I'm still dealing with the grief that day caused. She looks down at the ground with a contemplative look, but yet I think she was struggling with her own demons too. It saddens me to imagine what kind of pain she must have gone through to drive her to cause so much suffering. I look away with shame, preparing to give her my honest answer. She didn't deserve any of the hell she had to endure, but still, there's no possible justification to excuse her actions. But I try to finish my train of thought, only for it to derail as soon as I figure out the best way to phrase it. But before I can, I feel Stella reach for my hand as she takes wind of my turmoil. It's okay, Anon. I know how important she was to you. She was, but I can't keep clinging to the past. I close my eyes and I squeeze Stella's hand. She was, but I need to move on, I murmured. I need closure. Open my eyes to Stella, giving me an understanding look as she nods. No doubt familiar with the feeling of loss, losing someone as close as I was with Fang. Of course, finding that sense of closure is important. Stella lights up in agreement as I mumbled out my thoughts. I'm still trying to find that with Sage. I let out a mild chuckle at my blunder. No matter how hard I try, I'll never be able to stop mumbling. Ready to do what I came here for, I reached into my duffel bag, catching Stella's interest before I pulled out an object that put a puzzling look on her face, but the object that's held a great sentimental value ever since Fang's death. I hold the little Roomba in my hands, the drawn-on anger eyes on his face now faded, with the battery pack on top of him weathered. What's that? She asked with a mixture of curiosity and confusion. Rainbow. I got him from a market in Little Trudon a while back. I answered truthfully, no longer feeling the need to hide it away. It was a little reminder of what things were like before. I remember my time with Fang, but now it's time for me to let go. My voice carries a cadence of somberness as Stella looks at me with concern. Are you sure? It seems really important to you. I am sure. It's time. I gently nod to her before facing Fang's tombstone. I kneel in front of the grave, gently place my old friend against the obelisk, turning against Trish's bass guitar as a fitting tribute to the dead. Goodbye, Rainbow. I'll miss you, little buddy. I rise from the ground, my shoulders feeling slightly lighter now that the weight's been lifted. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to move on from what happened, but I can at least try. Stella moves close to me as her arms wrap around my stomach, filling me with a sense of security and comfort in a moment before I thought I'd have to endure alone. Thank you, Starlight. Of course, Moonlight. I'll always be here for you. I love you. And I love you too. Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Eventually we break apart and we walk towards the grave's exit. A great deal of relief is washing over me as we leave the cemetery. Everything just seems so much clearer now. Maybe it's because we finally got closure for being able to open up the cell and let it out, but I feel serene almost. I stop for a brief moment and take on one last look at Fang's grave. I'm hit with a brief wave of shock as I notice a group of people stand before the row of tombstones. Nacer, Naomi, Trish, Samantha, and Fang. All of them are looking at me with a approved look, almost as if it's their way of wordlessly applauding me for their finally finding strength to move on. Or at least try to. A sad smile forms on my face as I sense an absolution from them. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Fang. I hope you're finally able to find peace. I turn to face the exit instead of join Stella as we leave the graveyard, readying ourselves to embrace this point, ready to move on, see what tomorrow brings. I might have to do an intermission here. This has been insane on my voice. Like, this has been absolutely crazy. Sierra? You still there? Fucking crazy what I've done. And I like, this is wrecking me emotionally and physically. Unthinkable things to my mind and body.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah.
You forgive me for having taken a break through the chapter, right?
Oh no, I get you, man.
Yeah, no, this is.
Well, and take long breaks you need.
Yeah, I just need to rest my voice a little bit and add to the Goose drawing, just to lighten things up.
Yeah.
I need to draw a Stigarus right now.
Stickles.
I think she'd forgive me for how shitty I'm drawing this.
Ah. Art is art.
Little Stigarus. Oh wait, I need to add some dorsal plates.
Stickles.
These kind of look like Godzilla's plates, but that's fine. Maybe I'll just make the rest for Godzilla.
Stellazilla.
Stigorzilla.
Like Stellaroff. I still love how pissed off that made Jake.
What?
Just a couple days back, somebody posted Stella Roth on Stewing Up, and that just, I don't know why, but that just made Jake mad.
There.
He was mauling for a good bit.
Stigorzilla.
Stigorzilla.
Yeah, I really just need like a fucking minute of levity, man. Say something funny.
Yeah. Yeah, no, especially after that. That's where all the emotion and fucking payoff comes in. Well, maybe. We still got the 5 years later part.
Yeah. Man. Next one I read is just gonna have to be just full of fucking sucrose, man. Otherwise, I'm gonna die.
Yeah? Maybe I can find a more lighthearted one, not... Oh, geez.
Not, not like that. Not like this fucking
Yeah.
shell-shocked goose.
Yeah, maybe a couple more lighthearted ones before we get into another E1 or 2 cope fic.
Well, cope fics don't usually go like this.
Oh, I don't know, man. I'm blanking. I saw one that got pretty depressing. What was it? It'll come to me later. I just know I saw another cult fic that got pretty fucking depressing like that. Man, you do John disease for a little bit.
My fucking jaws turned to rubber, man.
Huh?
My jaws turned to rubber. I may just do this little drawing a rose in this corner here.
Rosa returned to Unga Bunga. Become inky. Get metal. Time to get some metal from Herbivore Island.
Alright, well, now time to draw one goose in a tank.
Tank Goose.
Wow, amazing.
Honk.
Absolutely incredible.
Honky tonk. The tonkiest tonk to ever tonk.
I can't believe Iggy thought it was okay to make me do this. I'm joking, it's not his fault. I signed up for this.
Oh, Jesus, Baroff just flashbanged me in chat. What the fuck?
Bring that man in here right now.
Oh God, I'm starting to The memories last night's coming back. No. I knew one way. Life is pain. Shit, you want to take an intermission, but you can go ahead and do that. Go back a little bit.
No, intermission just means I draw for a little while to rest my voice.
Not like full intermission, like stop stream for a little bit. Not just funny goose draw time.
How else could I deal with this?
True.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah.
So much time just fucking die. And to think, in the other channel, they're playing some strategy game or watching Ernest.
Yeah.
Honestly, live goose reaction.
Yeah, you got Gal playing Olympus. You got Len playing GTFO. Reed and the boys are watching fucking Ernest, and here we are with Sad Boy Hours.
Oh wait, hold on.
Like Omni.
Hold on. Let me actually fix this a little bit.
Oh yeah, I was thinking that it's missing the live goose reaction box.
There we go. Now to try again. There we go. I fixed it.
Perfect. Live goose reaction.
Let me grab some water into me and we'll continue on, but like...
Yeah, we'll get you some water, man.
I'll have water next to my computer.
I'll take as long as breaks you need, man. Oh shit, it's Bungie Day. Just realized that.
Bungie Day.
Yeah, Bungie, you know, the people who originally made Halo and Marathon and all that.
Oh, I see.
Seven's their special number, so 7/7 is Bungie Day. Pretty much anything Halo related, free 343. If you look, you'll find a reference to the number 7.
Yeah.
Oh, you trying to get Iggy in here?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not. I need him to speak for what he's done to me.
What did he do?
Oh, you know.
Oh, is he the one who recommended this to you?
Yeah. He's one of the people who kept recommending it.
Hey, you want to give him peace, do you? Piece of what for, huh?
I don't know, you know, he needs to speak for his actions before I get a little more extreme with my born to honk.
Shake and bake special, baby.
The old pain, as it were. Oh, Din's left. Done. Apparently, Iggy does not want to speak for his actions he's committed against the goose.
Coward.
He's afraid.
He's afraid of the power of the goose. He's afraid he will summon the army and have him hunt down.
How did this two-chapter stream become the longest one?
Is it?
It's about to cross the threshold.
Wow, he's actively ignoring you.
Oh, he's saying he had a gathering. Well,
Well, shit.
Jesus Christ, I fucking throat hurt. But we're gonna have to jump back into it.
Yeah, faster it's done, easier your throat can rest.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but like, gee dang. How long have I been live? Where's my count? 4 hours. It will be the longest one I've done. Oh yeah, do you enjoy the Stella art I got from Noble? The one on the end. The one on the end. I also stole Gato's profile picture. We got 2 geese, a little chibi Samantha, Mr. Ferris drawn by me, and then the Stigorus. Stigorus. Well, alright, I guess back into the tear. My friend, we will see you when it is all over, and I may not be dead. You're with me to my end, like a true friend. Let's fuck it up. 5 years later, June 4th. Year 201 mil, 2026. Volcadera Bluff. Weather, warm as tits. The sky, a beautiful shade of blue with a hint of orange, shines down through the seaside roads. The melodic humming of the car fills the silent air, greeting me with a sight of passing cars and the rocky trains of the mountains as they watch over the blue sea across the road. We've been driving for about 3 hours, and yet I'm not even tired. I've only known how to drive for 3 years, and I'm still amazed I somehow managed not to wind up in accidents. Since Monty taught Stella and me to do it during Christmas break a few years ago, it's become almost second nature to me. I guess that's what they say about riding a bike, too. Still's gotten a lot better since. In the beginning, it's pretty stressful for her. I still remember the panic attack she had then, but since then, she's really come a long way. She's come a long way in a lot of areas. Since we started university about 4 years ago, a lot's changed. Still has finally returned to the extroverted, bubbly girl I first met her back in senior year of high school. Probably even more so than before. I guess a new change of environment helped, along with being in a program she was passionate about. Her art skills have only improved, and she's become a natural in her craft. She got one of the highest grades in class from that Lost Kitten video she did about Toho characters. She deserves it all and more. But what can I really say about me? I'm even surprised I could get in the same university as her. I'll never be able to thank Monty enough for the connections he had to help get me in there. They all really liked that recreation of Fang's song. But what can I really say about her? School went well for me. I caught on to it all pretty quickly and learned a lot. Even then, I was filled with a sense of doubt and worry, just like I was in high school. I was able to push past it, but it still lurked in the back of my head. Am I good enough? Have I really changed? Of course you have. Oh, for fuck's sake. And yes, you are. Annoyance begins to grow across my face as I realize I've once again mumbled something that shouldn't be mumbled. I'm never going to get a hold of this, am I? I turned my head briefly towards the passenger seat to see Stella stifling a giggle. A shade of red grows across her lime green face, smiling as she looks my way. No matter how much time passes, she's still as beautiful as the day I first met her. Same beautiful eyes, same sweet smile, same soft, luscious green hair. I remember when she used to wear them hair buns, but I gotta say, she really pulls off the side braid in her hair really well. Even if the hairstyle is the same hairstyle for the dead end, the rodent on! Right, fuck! I dart my eyes back to the windshield and hear Stella begin to giggle as I can, my face growing red with embarrassment. Sorry, I got a little distracted. I bumble over my own words, followed by nervous chuckling. Oh, am I that distracting? A smug cadence envelops Stego's voice. Huh, my moonlight? She just had to throw my pet name in there. Maybe. Her laughter resumes as I quickly glance back to her to see the amusement on her face. She's definitely enjoying this, that's for sure. And I'd be lying to say if I wasn't enjoying this either. She always knows how to soothe my anxiety with her playful demeanor, even if I don't want her to know what I'm a little anxious about right now. I still don't want her to think it's bad. Far from it, actually. But we'll worry about that later tonight after hanging out with some old friends. The last 20 minutes of the car ride was relatively peaceful. I can keep my eyes on the road this time, and still, and I fill the silence with small talk about what's been happening and what shows we've been watching together. I still can't believe Precure has 23 different shows now. I thought only Pokemon would be crazy enough to try something like that. Right? And all of them do an incredible job with every single one. Every single one? I'm not sure if I'd go far as to say that, but it always puts a smile on my face to see how giddy she gets when I agree to watch with her. I still remember how excited I was when she wanted to watch Saturnia with me, so I can imagine being able to share that is a big deal for her. I know it certainly was for me. I can't wait to see what else they come up with. Oh, what if they let us add some references in for when we get back to work? That would be so cool. The giddy Stego lights up with excitement, referring to the possibilities of plagiarism. I mean, it would be cool to be able to add that to the show, but I don't know exactly how much creative input Stella has regarding the decision-making. We only got brought into the team about a year ago. Still, I'm just as thrilled that both of us can work on something so cool as the... They're here! They're here! She pulls me away from my thoughts as she points towards an SUV near the beach's entrance as we pull into the parking lot. I can't help but grin myself. It's been a while since we've seen them, so I'm looking forward to catching up. I'm also slightly nervous, but that's about something else. I pull into the parking spot adjacent to the SUV and put in park. Pulling the keys out of the ignition as I turn to the Stego GF with a smile. Ready, Starlight? Ready! Unable to contain our eagerness any longer, we unbuckle our seatbelts almost in synchronized motion before exiting the car. Before I move out of the car door, I move my hands towards my left pocket, feeling the object inside. Okay, glad I didn't forget that. Lifting myself out of the vehicle, I see both car doors in the front seat of the SUV open up, revealing two very good friends. From the driver's side emerges an orange-colored Ankylosaurus in a classy, casual black and red dress that nearly reaches her ankles. A red rose was placed from her long, flowing autumn hair, a fitting necessary for her namesake. From the passenger side reveals a pink raptor wearing a simple plaid button-up and a pair of jeans. The expression on his face is warm, albeit shy. Rosa, Reed, it's so good to see you two again. Stella calls out joyfully before running around. The two people emerge from the SUV. Hola, Stella. It is good to see you too. Then Kylosaur embraces her Stegosaur friend in a warm hug as she smiles as a smile grows across her face. I missed you so much, Chica. Same, it's been so long. Stella giggles, her voice slightly muffled as they wrap their arms around each other. Hey, bro, how you been? My attention is pulled away from the two by Reed's voice. I turn to see him approaching me as he waves his hand. Hey, Reed. Been doing pretty good. Just been busy with work and everything. You know how it is. I smile as Reed and I greet each other with a friendly handshake. Yeah, I feel that. Reed lets out an approving chuckle. You two are still working on a kid show, right? Yep. We'll tell you and Rosa more about it when we get everything set up. Sounds good to me, bro. Reed smiles before breaking apart. For me, a mischievous smile forming on his lips. Wait, why is he... Raptor, Jesus, my ribs. Amid the constricting pain in my chest, I turn to my left to see Rosa embrace me in another one of her famous Castillo bear hugs. Her head briefly reached my chest. It's so crazy how much taller I've grown over the past few years. None. It is so good to see you. Is work going well for you and Stella? Yeah, it is. I barely managed to choke out as Rosa squeezed the life out of me. Before I can reciprocate her hug back, she loosens her grip on me, allowing me to catch my breath. Rosa notices my lack of breath and chuckles embarrassingly. Oh, lo siento, I got a little carried away there. It's good. No harm, no foul. I chuckle with her as a slight pain flares up my chest. No harm probably wasn't one of the best words here. How come you never hugged me like that? Rita injects a sarcastic look on his face. Rosa lets go as she pretends to be offended. ¿De qué esté hablando? Don't I always give you the biggest hugs? Rosa holds her arms towards Reed. The two dinos embrace each other in a hug. But as Rosa turned back towards me, I see growing pain of a growing look of pain on Reed's face as he struggles to endure the back-breaking squeeze. Okay, I get it. Reed's pained words cause Rosa to burst out in laughter. The two pull away, and I'm glad to see the playful yet sadistic look on her face. "Aw, what's wrong? Does Minovia not enjoy baby hugs anymore?" Of course not, Minovia," Reed says in a sultry voice before placing his peck on Rose's lips. Stella was right. They really are a cute couple. Both of them snap away as they look at us in embarrassment as if they suddenly remember that they're not in private. Oh, sorry about that. Reed is the first one to speak. We hope we weren't being too inappropriate for you two. Stella's the first to respond as giggles escaped her lips. Hey, and not I, the last two people who should apologize for kissing in public. Wait a minute. Hey, I'm not that bad with... I attempt to interject before Stella flashes me a sly grin as if she's conjuring images into my mind. Suddenly I remember all the examples. One time in front of her parents during one of our visits back home. One time in the hallway back at uni, not knowing all those other students that were walking by. At work where... Yeah, I should probably shut up. The smug Stako burst into laughter, sensing my silence as defeat. You win this round, Stella. Anyway, let us get everything ready. We've been eager to catch up with you two. Rosa breaks the silence, grabbing Stella and I's attention. Of course! Lead the way! I reply with a smile. Following her cue, Stella and I follow Rosa and Reed back to the car. Rosa retrieves a key from her pocket and presses down on the button to remote attached, causing the back of the SUV to open automatically. Pfft, show off. Rosa retrieves the cooler from the back of the car before the four of us make our way down to the entrance of the beach. Eager to get... Wait a second. Hey, Rosa, did you... Before I can finish my question, Rosa flicks her eyes towards the door, holding the remote in her hands as she closed the door from all the way over here. Jeez, you don't gotta rub it in. Rosa laughs at my disbelief before we continue our trek down towards the beach, making our way through the path of trees that were greeted with the evening sky shining its orange brilliance on the world below. Trying my best not to get too distracted by my first time even going to the beach in Volcadera Bluffs. I follow the three as we move towards one of the tables on the beach. Rosa places the cooler on the tabletop, waving to us to come over and we choose our drinks. Let's see, Coca-Cola, light beer, water, or strawberry-flavored coolers. I know exactly who Rosa got the last ones in mind for. My suspicions turn true when I see my Stako companion as she eagerly reaches for a cooler, wasting no time and wasting no second claiming her prize. Thank you, Rosa. You always know how to make my night. Rosa smiles as she reaches in and grabs the same beverage as her friend. Anytime, chica. Paraquea, seven, los amigos. The two girls notice me eyeing the container and step in the side, allowing me to get a drink. Since Stella already went for the cooler, I guess I should be the responsible adult and just stick with water. Lord knows how much of a lightweight Stella is. Still, if she does get drunk, I hope I don't mess things up when let's just worry about that later. After reaching in and grabbing a bottle of water, I move to the side and see Reed choose a drink. However, he seems conflicted as his hand hovers over the cooler, almost in discomfort. Takes me a second to realize he's choosing a beverage for himself is no easy task, especially when many of the choices involve alcohol. Its effects are not unlike the drug he lost his mind to not that long ago. The discomfort fades as he settles on an ice-cold can of Coca-Cola. I can't imagine it's easy. Especially as word as mundane as a beer could send you into a downward spiral. Especially after years of climbing out of darkness that car fate caused him. Just thinking about it makes me sad. Let's see if we can improve the mood. As we all sit down, I made eye contact with Rosa. So how are things going in the garden? It's the Volcadera Botanical Conservatory, right? I inquire as her face lights up with enthusiasm. See, everything is going so wonderfully. The bed of lilacs and middle mist red camellias are blossoming beautifully. Then Kylo smiles proudly over her work. Also, the garden's name changed because the garden's name change has been finalized. It is no longer called the Volcadera Botanical Conservatory. Oh, really? What's it called now? Stella looks at her friend with piqued curiosity. It is called the Sebastian Castile Memorial Garden. Sorry, I'm dying. Ah, that's awesome, Rosa. I'm so happy for you. Rosa erupts with joy over her friend's words. I bet your dad would be so proud of you and what you're doing. Then Kyla grows shades of reds across her orange face. chuckling bashfully at Stella's praise. Gracias, amiga. That means more to me than you know. That's sweet to hear. I'm really glad that Rosa got to continue working in her father's footsteps and continue the legacy he left behind. I remember when she told me some of the work he's done. I bet if he could see her now, he'd be crying tears of joy at the woman she's become. As time passes, we all tell each other what's been going on in our lives since we last spoke. Stella and I tell Rosa about the show we participated in, the production since we left school. So it's called Wyvern Lord. It's set in a... It's called Wyvern Lord. It's set in a medieval fantasy world, kind of like you see in those L&L games people talk about. It's about 3 kids that go on an epic journey to return a dragon egg to the Wyvern Queen. Stella drills on with an infectious schoolgirl glee. It's so cool. Anana's working on the sound design team, and I'm helping with concept designs. They love the work I've been doing, and they even said they're going to include some of the sketches I've made as something cool for each of the episode's credits. Even the ones that are not so subtle references to anime. My sarcastic comment causes Rose and Reed to chuckle with amusement as I felt a light jab hit my side as Stella shoots me a pouty face. Hey, I like them. Hey, I like them. What are you jabbing me for? You don't have to say it like that, jerk. Stella's faux face of disappointment as me question whether it's faux. Stella, you know I'm kidding, right? My face grows more worried as I begin to feel I've genuinely upset her. Stella's face has a complete 180 as she playfully sticks her tongue out at me as her body loosens. I know. Stella jiggles at my response. Rosa and Reed joining in. I swear this girl's gonna be the death of me. Stella and I begin to tell our friends exactly what we've been doing with our work. Stella's job usually consists of helping the team come up with the designs of certain characters as well as consulting the animators on how to adapt them properly. I still see the influence from all those past astrology and anime-related art pieces she worked on when it came to those designs. It's really paid off, too. Meanwhile, I'll get the more boring job of the two of us. Like Stella, I'm working on team. My primary responsibility is audio mix and ensuring everything meshes together well as sounds right. I'm also in charge of cleaning up bits and pieces whenever needed. It can be a bit tedious sometimes, but I have a lot of fun with what I do. Looking towards my girlfriend, I can see butterflies flutter in my stomach as my cheeks become warmer. And I'm so lucky I get to work this job with her. How about you, Reed? School going okay? Stella asks Reed, pulling me out of daydreaming. Reed's eyes light up as the question catches him off guard. He rubs his neck and he looks away with a hint of shyness. Yeah, I just finished my second year last week. And should have my degree in 4 more semesters. Good stuff, man. I nod in approval. You're taking electrical engineering at the community college in town, right? Yeah, that's right. Honestly, it's going pretty well. He lowers his hand as a calm smile appears across his lips. Rosa reaches for Reed's hand as she clears his throat to speak. My novia tells me he's at the top of the class right now. With any luck, his professors say he could graduate on the dean's honor list. Well, yeah, let's not jinx it. Reed modestly shrugs despite the positive mood he's in. Don't sell yourself short, Reed. I'm sure you're doing an amazing job. After everything you've been through, you've come a long way, man. I joined Stella's attempts to raising Reed's spirit. You deserve all the praise and then some. Rosa places her other hand on Reed's chest and grabs his attention. They're alright, mi amor. You have been working so hard to improve, not just with your studies, but with everything. Remember what Pastor Mo told you? Pastor Mo? Wait, like Fang and Nazar's uncle? The greater the obstacle, the more glory in overcoming it. Oh, the greater the obstacle, the more glory in overcoming it. Reed echoes his words as our encouragement seems to sink into him. I had no idea Mo became a pastor. When did that happen? I ask as carefully as I can to avoid spoiling the moment. Not long after, well, you know. Reed references the event that all of us all knew too well. Mo retired and sold off his restaurant. I'm assuming he left behind his connections as well. Since then, he's been working pretty closely with the church in town, helping bring the community together and provide support for at-risk youth and that sort of thing. Reed explains to us as Stella and I listen intently. Rose and I see him whenever we go for the sermon every Sunday. I also try to visit the sessions he holds whenever possible. Now that I think about it, Mo was the type of person who would be into that. He did strike me as a religious type, and I remember he saw the good in others when others could only shun me. And he did seem to feel responsible for Trish's downward spiral and deeply regretted it. That's good to hear. I hope things are going well with Mo. Yeah, man, they seem to be. I can tell him you said hi, too. Yeah, that would be nice. Maybe while we're in Volcadera, I could try to visit him during one of the services. I'm still not religious, but I see how he's doing would be nice. Reed continues to tell us more about what's been happening with him. How Mo has been trying to help him make connections and find work once they're graduated, as well as help him reconnect with his parents. Things have apparently soured between them and Reed with that Carfay habit, but they seem to be mending from what Reed tells me about it. And while things seem far better, he's been able to turn his life around for the better. He doesn't seem to be as outgoing as he used to be. He's no longer the goofy, laid-back stoner I recognized, the one who hung around with Fang and Trish that care in the world. He seems a lot more shy, depressed even. I can't blame him for 1 second, though. Losing two of your best friends will leave you with the kind of wounds that no amount of therapy or rehab could ever fix. But there also seems to be a sense of serenity to him now. Maybe he's found out that because of what he has with Rosa, like how Stella and I were able to pull each other at a dark moment of life. Let me try that again. Maybe he's found that because of what he has with Rosa, like how Stella and I were able to pull each other out of the darkest moments of our lives. Still, Rosa and Reed seem truly happy together. I wish them all the best. Oh, I just remembered something! Stella nearly shoots up from her seat in excitement. Did I ever tell you how Anon and I found out we were internet pen pals long before we ever met? And just like that, my face goes white as a ghost. Wait, what? Okay. Oh god, not this story. This time Stella and I spent with Reed and Rosa for the next little while filled us with bliss as we washed away stress that had built up before we got on our vacation. We laughed, joked, reminisced. We were so engrossed with each other's company we didn't even realize the darkness crept onto the beach as the moon shines over the ocean in the lunar radiance. I can't help but feel happy. Spending the evening catching up with old friends has made me feel content in the way the old me never would have been able to fathom. I was so prepared to endure the world alone after losing everything. Hell, I still am. I was still even prepared when I first came to this town, not knowing anyone or anything, but still, I never thought I'd be able to experience this. I still don't know if I could ever deserve such a thing. Eventually, the fun ends when Reed's eyes lights up and when he sees what time it is on his phone. Crap, we should probably head out before it gets too late. The Raptor addresses us with an apologetical look on the face. Rose is meeting with her crew early tomorrow, so we should start wrapping things up. No worries at all. Hope it all goes well, Rosa. Oh, wait. No worries at all. I hope it all goes well, Rosa. Stella smiles as she rises from the bench, moving over to hug her friend. Gracias, Stella. I'm sure it will be. I just got to go and... The Ankylosaurus struggles to find the words as she wobbles on the beach, showing the telltale signs of inebriation. I thought Stella was the one that couldn't handle her booze. Still, I guess it's good that Reed doesn't drink. Stella giggles as she helps her friend up, clearly amused by Rosa's being tipsy. I know what you mean. Probably a good time to get some sleep, right? Si, eso es. Rosa sports a dopey grin as she pulls her friend into a hug. Probablemente no debería haber vendido tanto. Thanks to my smooth brain and limited knowledge of Spanish, I don't know what she's saying. Reed chuckles as he sees the cogs turn in my brain trying to decipher her words. It's a good thing she brought me along to be her designated driver. Reed reaches for Rosa's hand and with his right, and moving now towards the empty cooler to the other one. Anyway, it was nice being able to see you two again. I hope we can do it again sometime. Yeah, we'd love that. I had a great time, you two. Just let us know when you get home, okay? Of course, Stella. Rosa slurs her friend's name as she begins to walk away with Reed in tow. Adios, chico. Ciao, Anon. Alrighty, baby. Let's get you home. Reed struggles to contain his laughter as he and his girlfriend walk towards the car. Stella, ella hola, singing Eschi. The drunken Ankylo begins to sing to herself before it descends into a mumble. I hate that song. I turn to Stella, see Stella mumble to herself in annoyance. What, why? It's literally a song about you. Hey, if there was a really annoying song about your name, you wouldn't like it either. It takes me one more second to imagine a version of that song with my name on it to get to her point. Stella's been able to sense that. She bursts into laughter. Told ya! Yeah, laugh it up. I roll my eyes at her. She playfully pulls me into a hug, and her laughter dies down with a sigh of contentment. I hold her in my arms for a few seconds in a comfortable silence, her head leaning against my chest to listen to my heartbeat. I hope my shirt can muffle the sound because I don't know how fast it's beating right now. Let's just enjoy the moment, Anon. You're having a wonderful time with your girlfriend tonight, catching up with your old friends, and holding Stella as you rest on the beach beneath the stars. There's no need to be nervous. I'm having a great time, Moonlight. She coos with a warmth and tenderness in her voice. Me too, Starlight. And it's even better that I got to spend it all with you. She giggles and moves her head from my chest, allowing me to see the blush that goes across her face. I love you, Anon. I love you too, Stella. I lower my head down as I plant my lips on her snoot. The two of us brush our lips against each other as tingles begin to shoot down my spine. I can't think of a more of a picture point moment. Well, maybe I know one way to make it better. As our lips part, we gaze into each other's eyes with pure bliss, warmth, safety, joy. That's all I feel when I see her. Eventually, it takes me a moment to realize I've been staring at her without a word for the past 5 seconds. But I should stop stalling and get to it. Now's as good a time as any. Stella, I want to tell you something for a long while now. The Stegosaurus's eyes light up with curiosity as my voice pulls her out of her blissful state. What's up, Anon? The same alarms I once felt as a teenager begin to blare inside of me after being dormant for so long. What if I'm doing this wrong? What if she takes it the wrong way? What if you've been in a coma since Fang put that bolt in your leg all those years ago, and everything you've seen since is just a one long dream? Still's looks begin to grow worried as the seconds pass without anything. She knows me well enough to know that something is difficult for me to say. No, bury that fear. You can do this. Even if this is a dream, I'd never want to wake up from it. Before we go back to your parents' house and turn in for the night, there's something I've been wanting to say. I gently tell her as we break up heart, allowing me to breathe in room to steel myself for what's to come. Growing up, I didn't really know what it meant to let someone in, truly. I put up this guard to protect myself for so many years, perfectly willing to spend my life alone, not knowing how sad it was to how it would make me feel. I maintain a confident posture in my eye contact. Eye contact takes every fiber of my being, but I'm still struggling. And when I first met you, I treated you horribly, all because I was insecure and jealous so that you could be yourself, something I was deathly afraid of doing. A supportive smile appears across her face as she moves closer. It's okay, baby. I know you weren't in a good place. Believe me. I know how it feels to be afraid of what others make of you. Her hand takes hold of mine, her scales providing warmth amidst the calm wind. But all that has changed now. You make me feel like the most special girl in the world. You've given me so much happiness I never knew was possible. Whatever alarm's been going off in the silence by her words, God, she knows just how to melt my heart. And breaking from all that apathetic shell I once was and seeing you for who you are is one of the best decisions I ever could have made. Every day you make me want to be a better man. My eyes begin to light up, to well up with tears as I can't help contain my joy for Stella. I love you so much, Stella. It's unreal. I don't think there's anyone else I'd want to spend my life with than you. I see a twinkle shine in her irises as she knows where I'm going with this. Well, here goes nothing. I let go and take a few steps back, watching her slowly assemble the pieces. I retrieve a small, square-shaped leather box from my left pocket. I'm impressed I managed to keep it hidden for this long. Stella Baudelaire. Wasting no step further, I get down on one knee, holding the case out in front of me as I open it, watching shock completely overtake her face as her eyes stare at the sapphire-encrusted ring before her. Will you marry me? My proposal hangs in the air as she stands there, frozen, shaking as she processes everything. Then a new emotion overtakes her shock. Pure, unadulterated jubilation! Mon Dieu! Stella mutters to herself in French before a massive grin emerges. Yes, 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 yes! Oh my God, yes, Anon! Yes, I'll marry you! I can't believe it. She said yes! She said yes! Tears of joy flow from her as I raise from the ground. My hand shakes as I reach to retrieve the ring from the case and place it on the ring finger of her right hand. Oh my God, Anon, you've made me the happiest girl in this world! She tackles me with enough strength to knock the case out of my hand, falling to the sand as she tightly wraps her arms around my torso, her tail coiling around my leg. I was worried I was going to mess it. I was going to fumble my own words and say it too soon, or that you might not like the ring. Are you kidding me? I love it! Stella cries out as she extends her hand, showing off the new ring on her finger, the sky blue gem in the center, shining in the moonlight. Really? That makes me so happy to hear, baby. Relief washes over me as I admire the ring with her. I couldn't afford a diamond ring, but I wanted to get you something beautiful nonetheless. And it's a sapphire gem, too. It's so pretty. It's a gem to match your pure blue eyes. The blush on her face grows redder as she lets out an ah. I mumbled that, didn't I? Stella giggled as she nuzzles me. Yes, you did. She placed her free hand on the side of my head, grasping it lovingly as she looks at me with overwhelming love. Now come here. I follow Stella's lead as we lean into each other, our lips locking in a tender kiss. Filling me with a warmth that washes away every negative thing that's ever happened to me. The sensation making me wish this moment could never end. None of it matters. Nothing at all. Just her. As our lips part ways, I can see her eyes open with pure adoration. She wraps her free arm around my chest and holds me tightly under the moon. I love you, Elon, more than life itself. And I love you too, Stella. She plants her head on my chest once more, a tender smile on her face glued on as she begins to rock back and forth in my arms, matching the rhythm of the ocean as the waves wash us against the shore. I hold her as close as possible, not wanting to let her go. If somebody told me years ago I'd find myself in this moment, let alone finding love, I would have laughed in their face. I was prepared to stand alone against the world, accepting that fate would throw all sorts of pains and horrors my way. The harassment, the nightmares, the hallucinations, all of it. Even to this day, I still doubt if I ever truly healed from the wounds I suffered that one fateful day. I don't know if I'll ever truly be able to heal from them, but there's just one thing I've learned. It's that no matter how much bullshit life throws your way, there's always some way to bounce back. And just because you got yourself knocked down, trying so hard to move past it doesn't mean that you can't get back up and do it again. Rosa, Reed, Stella, and me, we all know this. And there's always a chance to find a light in the darkest of times. And there may be challenging times ahead for both of us. Nothing is ever this easy, but we won't face it alone. We'll face it together. Even if the stars point towards a grim fate, we'll face it together. I lower my head to see Stella look at me with the sweetest smile. I love you so much, Stella. We'll face it together. And that is the end. I will read this author note to myself later, my friends. But who's ready for the final intermission of Bad Apple, the absolute last one, after I take a little whiz break?
I'm real fucking cooked.
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
I'm real fucking cooked.
This was an experience, to say the very least.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Pretty damn good experience, as I say.
Yeah, I hope I wasn't fucking overdoing it, but here we are.
No, you sell the emotion of those scenes perfectly, man. I don't think Homo could do that justice.
Oh, he could, but he's just more reserved than I am about reading, I guess.
Yeah.
But I've tried to do like how an old radio DJ would and actually put emotion into it.
Yeah. Audio drama.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you want a good example, you can some of Sheldon Allman's old radio dramas ended up on Spotify, which he's been dead for a long time, but he was doing it in like the 50s and 60s. I think it's let me look up what it is. But if you want, like, he reads a poem or a story called "The Lower Regions." It's a short story, right? Very short story about what happens to your body after you die and how long it actually takes you to get to hell. And he, like, the true visceral emotion that comes out of that man reading that is something like I really want to be able to emulate.
I think I'd listen sometime.
Yeah, just like listen to it in the car or something. Then of course he has the more famous one of Telltale Heart that he's also done. Well, since Reed made a comeback, I better draw him in here too with Rosa.
The bro. It's good to see him got that turnaround.
After everything that's happened.
Yeah, go from a fucking mess zombie to that.
Thermos. Which, I mean, as much as that breaks the theme of the fucking thing, that's kind of what Reed's iconic for.
Yeah, that's one of the most memorable parts, at least until the end.
Well, just like in general for the community of Snoot game, that's what Reed is known for, is the thermos of fucking carfentanil.
Mm.
You know?
Yeah.
I'm still very happy that we have the live Goose reaction.
Yeah. I've been fucking cooking with those ideas, man.
Well, that's the funniest part of this, is now I can just go into the Discord with live Goose reaction and just have them confused as to why I have this.
Yep, no, give the Spears perfect every time.
Yeah.
That is my calling card. If I find something I like, it gets a Spears perfect. If I find something I don't like, it gets Silent Judgment.
Yeah, I don't know if Iggy's gonna show up for any of this stream, but he needs to. He needs to get in here. This is by and large his fault, so
Yeah.
maybe I'll talk to him about it on the next one.
Yeah, let's go figure out what to do next.
Yeah, maybe. What geese do I need? Oh, maybe just a simple thumbs up.
Yeah.
Truly an amazing experience, though. I don't think I'm ever truly going to recover from Bad Apple next time I see a style drawing. I don't think
Yeah,
that's
that-
possible. But I guess
Yeah.
Iggy's probably not going to come in tonight. But I enjoy you being here. Thank you, my brother.
You're welcome, bro.
This
Always here
has
when I
been a
can.
very good experience. We'll figure out what's next, and maybe next week we'll have something a little happier. Maybe I'll just do a one-shot during the week, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll talk to you later. I hope y'all have enjoyed the stream.
Yep. I enjoy these streams thoroughly, man.
I try my best all the time. But yeah, I'm
You're
gonna have
doing
to
good, lad.
I'm gonna have to put it down for the evening, so thanks for coming.
Yeah.
I guess
I'll see you
sometime
this
eventually
later.
I'll make
I'll
a
talk to you.
supercut. Yeah, I'll make a supercut eventually.
All right.
Yeah. See you then, Space Cowboy.
All right.